or good evening. Remember, if his lips are moving, he's lying. Yeah. Look, if they're going to knock the place down, he has to go somewhere, right? He's saying he ain't going to Bicutan because he wrote to the U.S. Embassy and said he was under bad living conditions. Well, that's why they're going to be renovating the place. That's one of the reasons why Goober has to go to Bicutan. And that's on an order. So I was watching a movie, Reddington series, well, Blacklist of all things, right? And find that Goober's online, and he's telling his viewers, well, whatever they want to hear, really, basically wishful thinking. No, everything is status quo. You know, he's going to be going to Bicutan. It's in an order, and he thinks because he wrote to the embassy that the living conditions were bad, that they're not going to send him to Bicutan. Now that doesn't make any sense at all. That's why they're sending him to Bicutan, because they're going to renovate the place. Embassy and how bad the place is. I'm not being humanly treated, and the place is filthy. Well, that's why they're renovating the place, and that's why, and one of the reasons that he's being transferred. What a goober! I'm not going to Bicutan. Well, that's what the order said, you know. But his reasons saying he's not going to Bicutan is because he wrote to the embassy and they said, oh, yeah, they're not going to transfer me there. But he wrote the embassy to tell them that the living conditions were terrible. So I don't have to go to Bicutan. What, because the living conditions are terrible? But isn't that what he wrote to the U.S. Embassy? And he supposedly says that, oh, I'm not going to have to go there now. Oh, please, give it a break, man. Seriously. Damn. What a goober, man. Folks, everything is status quo, okay? Everything is going where it's supposed to be going, okay? Yeah, he'll be going to Big Catan. And there's nothing that's going to happen during the trial that's going to make the cancel the trial and him get a slap on the wrist to be sent home, okay? He has reached the delusional stage. So even before the totally delusional stage, the guy had a few transistors short circuiting prior to that. So yeah, when his lips move, you know the rest of the story. Yeah. No, he's still going. Oh, he's just now got the manifestation. Just now he got the manifestation. Ain't that amazing? Really? Yeah. And he's questioning everything that was said on the manifestation. And he's also saying, again, I didn't do anything. I shouldn't be here. When did I threaten him? Well, would anybody like to enlighten him on how many times he's threatened me? Using his cell phone as a tool, which he likes to use people as a tool. There you go. That's all I gotta say. Just have you laughed. Humor the guy. I gotta charge my phone anyway. Just humor him. That's all you can really do. I'm kind of between movies right now, but I wanted to elaborate more on Barry's show. Um, he's trying to boost up his audience to get them excited to get donations. He got a $9 or $10 donation minus 30%, whatever. He's doing real well, real well. No, man, it's the order's out there. Look at my thumbnail. Say it on this one. Look at the last video. No, it's already been an order, signed and the whole bit. So, yeah, he's going to Big Time. There's no question about that. He's just trying to convince himself that he's not, and say some Hail Marys and hope that something goes in his favor. And that's pretty much what's going down. His minions, he had some of his minions on there. All these armchair lawyers, many of them. Well, I didn't write that order up. If somebody don't believe it, just, I don't know, do your own research. Look at the order. It's real. It's not made up. They made a decision for him to go to Bicutan. That's exactly where he's going. He's delusional. You got to understand that. I'm not saying to forgive him because he's delusional. I'm just saying that the guy is delusional. He doesn't want to hear that he's going there. He refuses to go there. Like he refuses to tell the truth about anything. So, you know what the guy's like. He'll like his new accommodations, though. Here there's a lot of friendly people there, Yeah. Besides, a change in environment, it's got to be good for him. Change in environment. Okay, well, I wasn't planning to be on all night. I actually just did a show covering this. I wasn't sure it got uploaded. I have to check. I might be doing a duplicate show here. Now, bottom line is, if you listen to his show, I got different excerpts of it and so forth. No, it's business as usual. There's still a court case. It's not going to be settled on the next court date. He's got a long way before that happens. He's not going to be able to walk out of there and have a slap on his wrist and go back home. Be a long time before he sees, Alabama land or daylight. Bottom line, if they said the place is going to be renovated, it's going to be renovated. If he has to go, he has to go. That's in the order. I think it might be on my thumbnail right here, part of it anyway. I couldn't fit the whole thing in the screen, but you can see the basic information on that anyway. Yeah, there's no doubt he's going to Bicutan. He just don't want to go. Well, he really not going to have much of a choice when it comes down to that, really. That's why I sit there and I laugh and snicker. I said, oh, God. He went through the whole scenario again, guys. The whole shit. I shouldn't be here. I didn't do anything. Well, I don't know, man. I mean, the prosecutor seems to think you did. And that's why you got 5 counts on you. So you must have did something. And are you really in a detention center? Or are you in a big green field with flowers and fluffy white clouds? Do you know where you are? That might be a good question. Are you cognitive of the fact that you've been in a detention center almost 2 years? Has it hit you yet? And has it hit you yet that you're going to Bicutan? And your Lord only knows how long you're going to be in there. In the interim of the case, you're going to be in Bicutan. That could be a while. And then when they make their decision and they sentence you, you're going to be in there a lot longer. How's that? Yeah, you think about that. Have a good night. Don't let the bedbugs bite, Barry. Interested in the house. Popeye likes to say that. He has no interest in this house at all. He's happy with the status quo. It's just 2 less children he has to take care of. And he's happy as a clam with that. He's a nice guy. He's actually a nice guy. I've known certain things about him, but I actually got to meet him in person. And I made my own conclusion on that. He's a nice guy. Everybody's saying, oh, Frankie's going to take the house. He's not interested in the house. It's already willed off to her children. Everything is documented in there. No, he will never get the house. And he's just turned 73, just had a birthday. He's getting old. He's not interested in the house. He has a house he's living in. He's happy with it. He's happy with his status quo. He does have not any friction with me. None whatsoever. Me, none with him. So don't mind the trolls. Nobody's getting this house. It's hers to keep, to do whatever she wants to, but I'm long gone, that's it. Whatever she wants to, that's fine. Hello, darkness, my old friend. You got me singing it now. Come to talk to you again. Sound of Silence, that's a damn good song, man. Damn good song. So let's do some what ifs and buts and all this stuff. Let's get into that. You know, what if Barry can't use his phone anymore? What if? It's not what if, it's when. And that's coming. What if I couldn't get on YouTube anymore? Well, that would be, excuse the expression, Popeye, but it would be a blessing. It would be a blessing. I don't care if I got kicked off YouTube, was forced not to be on it. I wouldn't care. Oh, the ink spots. If I didn't care. Remember that one, Popeye? You're old enough. The ink spots. If I didn't care. You know, guys, I really don't care either way. Whether I'm on here doing shows or it just comes to an abrupt end, like by death or anything else, or just deciding that enough is enough and all this shit. I'm just having fun on here. I'm doing what most people do. I'm just passing the time, that's all. I'm not busy 24 hours a day. I do have time to get on the phone and do some shows, and I enjoy doing it. I mean, I enjoy it to a point, you know. Then sometimes things became ugly, but, you know, I address the ugliness on here, straight on. I grab ugliness by its horns, and I deal with it, man. Or else I wouldn't have been on here as long as I have. Yeah, I got determination. That's absolutely correct. I got determination. And I will take any challenge. I will take any challenge offered to me. You know why? I like a challenge. It's too easy with Barry. That's the problem. It's just too easy. It's just too easy. Words don't come easy to me. But when somebody serves you on a silver platter, you going to refuse that? He's been serving me on a silver platter the whole time. Like I said, I just have to do paperwork, and I don't have to do anything that exert myself in his case. I just let him talk on his shows, and it's like, here, Frank, here's a silver platter, and here's some evidence you could use in court. Oh, thank you, Barry. I'm obliged. You're a kind man. I didn't say what kind, but you're a kind man. Thank you for all that evidence. In fact, cut it out. I got too much evidence. What am I going to do with all this shit? The court can only hear so much. Sessions are only so long. They only allow you a certain allotment of time to present evidence and this and that. I got too much. Too much evidence. Ah. Oh. Oh, hey. I'm in kind of a bad lighting situation right now, but let me see. I don't want to talk about Trump, please. Frank, what the hell is going on? People rise up against Trump and impeach Trump. Well, I really want to talk about Trump, but I'm going to stick to my guns and have Gilda shine them up too. Trump ain't going to last. The guy's a creep. The guy's a creep. He's power hungry. He's a dictator. And a lot of heads are being turned by his own supporters. The people that sweat their nuts off to get him back in office are now going to be turning on him, and it's starting to happen. Look, bottom line, when you affect somebody's pocket, their money, whether they're a staunch Republican supporter or whatever, when you start going after people's money, and when you start taking food out of their mouth, or the extra food they like to have, you're going to say something. And whether you've been a staunch supporter of the Republican Party or not, or it might apply to the Democratic Party, but in this case we're just talking about the Republicans. No matter how much you support the guy, when it comes to your wallet and certain freedoms and stuff like that, people are going to speak up. They're all going to eat crow. Everybody eventually does eat crow, even on here on YouTube. It's been historically proven. They all eat crow at some point or another. And all the Republican voters are going to eat crow. How long has he been in office already? Not very long, right? You got to be talking about him now. He's not been in office very long. Look at what he's done so far. I can go to a plethora of fucking things that you might find very negative, that people are not very happy about. This is what happens in power. And who's running the White House? Is it Trump? Or is it Elon Musk? And that's the question you got to start asking yourself too. Who's now running the White House? It's money equals power. And who has more power than Elon Musk and all the money? He's rapidly going toward being a trillionaire. If we're the first, I think, American, that would be a trillionaire. You got a quest. You want to satiate yourself with more money. It's power, and people, they get power hungry. It's like a disease. Just like on YouTube. Of course, we're not talking about millionaires on here. But their paltry little couple of $100 a month they might make on their AdSense, it's not enough. They got to create controversy. They got to talk drama. They got to attack people to bring drama to the show, to get the algorithms going and all that crazy shit. To get more viewers, to make more money. It's all about money. Everything's about money. Honey is about money. Because you're not going to get a honey if you ain't got no money. A woman wants to be with a man that at least knows that he can support her. That's true. And if I was that woman, I'd feel the same way too. You don't want to come from poverty and then fall into more poverty with your mate, your boyfriend, your husband. No. You want to rise up from all that, and I don't blame them. You don't want to wind up with a fucking bum who don't have 2 pesos to rub together, or doesn't have at least a sustaining income every month. You've been through that. You've been through a family that's been suffering that all these years, and you're tired of it. So people attack Filipinos because, they're all gold diggers. Well, some of them are. Some of them really are. A lot of them are. But let's not attack the ones that are just good people and they just simply want to step up in life. Doesn't mean they're not in love with somebody, they're using them for money. They want to step up. And can you blame them? They're living in an impoverished family and they figure, that's my future. I don't want that to be my future. You can't blame them for thinking that way. It's only when they take advantage of a foreigner, that's a different story. When there isn't love involved or nothing, and it's an obvious thing. I mean, it goes without saying. They want to step up like everybody else in America ever wants to step up. They want to raise on their job to make more money, right? Right? Maybe the unions will help them with that. Maybe not. Maybe they'll get fired from their job. They want to downplay because you're getting too old and they want fresh meat. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. Except true love. That can last forever. What's that? Oh. Yeah, well, didn't they try to impeach him, but they couldn't? I mean, he turned everything around. He made himself immune to crime. He's got immunity. He wrote the paperwork. Who could be more clever than Trump with something like that? The guy, he's immunity. He's got this immunity thing, supposedly. He's working toward the. Put a case on me, can't put it. Look, he got away with 32 felonies. 32 felonies. Yeah, who's he paying off, right? When you got people in your pocket, you can get anything done you want. You could further your business to make it stronger, more profitable. It's, scratching each other's backs. That goes on every single day. Every single day. Nothing new about that. It goes on YouTube. Hey man, you give me a little information about this guy. I'll sub to your channel, or I'll make a donation now and then, or Give me a little information. Let me know more about his background. Tell me what you know. Write me. Let's get this guy. Let's get together on Discord and let's plan something. Oh, rice. Oh, rice caper. Oh, yeah, that might work. What else can we do? Oh, okay. All right, let's do that. Okay, thank you. Hey, for doing that for me, man, I'll be ever grateful to you. Here's give you a couple $100, whatever. Yeah. Oh, that doesn't go on. So all these righteous people on here, the high roaders. Now we got two things. We've got high roaders and we got high rollers. The religious high rollers. Robert Clausen. An exemplary figure in the world of, theology. He's an expert in theology. He's a theologist now, too. And he's a lawyer. He's a very learned man. He's a lawyer now, and he's a theologist. Wow. You don't see that very often. Kudos to you, Robert, for being such. As far as I'm concerned, I hope there is a hell, because that's exactly where you're going. I don't want to hear any more about your scriptures and what you think about religion. You know what? Keep it to yourself. The old song, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Well, I look at it this way, Robert, and other people who are very much into religion. It's very much part of their life. I'm happy for you, man. But you know what? Keep your goddamn religious beliefs to yourself. And why don't you practice what you preach? Practice what you preach. Instead of making a buffoon out of yourself, coming on there and spewing all your hate and making a total ass of yourself. That's what I say. And he makes an ass of himself every time he's on here and does a simulcast, whatever. Like I said, you want to believe in something, believe in it. But why don't you adhere to the guidelines, shall I say, of what you believe in? Don't come on YouTube and call somebody a pedophile. And Robert has called me that too. But, he's Mr. Brave, of course. He's like, 12,000, 15,000 miles away behind his fucking computer. But if I ever approach the fucker on his doorstep, he's going to need a pair of Depends. That's for sure. It's cowards like him. And to have the gonyoles, purple as they are, of preaching his beliefs in a higher power, but yet he doesn't practice what he preaches. He's the one that's making a total buffoon of himself. He's not an exemplary Catholic. Not at all. Not when you're a hypocrite. Aloe is after Popeye now. Supposedly Aloe threatened his family. They go back and forth with this historically all the time. Yeah, Popeye loves Jesus and Trump. So now Popeye went dark again from Aloe. Yeah, even Aloe and Nico got into it one day, if you remember, it wasn't that long ago. Here's the thing. Popeye doesn't like to be challenged. And when you challenge him, he gets pissed off really easy. For example, when I do shows and I say a lot of very factual things about him, oh, he gets bitter, man. Boom, next thing you know, he's got a skit going, or he's, on his show talking about me. When his shoe's on the other foot, he can't handle it. And that's a fact. He can't handle it. He's always going to come up with something witty after my broadcast, and he does a simulcast, which he's famous for. Now, if anybody would like to come up on my panel to help me, project my bitterness toward Frank, you're welcome to come up on my show. See, he needs an army behind him. But they're not really supporting Popeye. They're laughing at him. He needs support. He doesn't always do it on his own. That's why he's trying to get somebody on. Well, here's my, link. If anybody wants to come on here and say something about Frank, he needs that fortification of other trolls. He can't do it on his own. Just like, you remember Roberto. He couldn't put a show on by himself. He had to have somebody to co-moderate his show. He couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it. He didn't have the ability to do it. Is the military thinking, Frank, they don't like being challenged? It's a military thing, don't like being challenged. No, he doesn't like being challenged. What he is, he gets butt hurt. He gets butt hurt real easy. In fact, he's one of the guys on here, I would say at the top of the list, that gets butt hurt really easily. Popeye, what I'm trying to say to you, Mr. Robert Clausen of Florida, what I'm trying to say to you, sir, I have no problem with your religious beliefs, sir. All I'm saying to you is, why don't you practice what you preach? Oh, I'm sure you'll say something to that, but that's who you are. Popeye doesn't want to lose a challenge. He doesn't want to lose in the rhetoric, the back and forth. He always has something to say. He wants to have the last word in. That's where he met the wrong person, because I always get the last word. Then he'll get butthurt. That's what triggers his bitterness. But Popeye, I'm going to tell you something right now. Don't preach God. Don't preach your religion unless you can practice what you preach. I can't make it any simpler than that. I have no problem with anybody. Muslim, Catholic, Christian, Presbyterian. I don't give a shit. That's fine with me. In fact, I give people credit for having something to believe in, because you need to have something to believe in. And I actually say, go for it, man. Go for it. I have no problem with that, but it's just not mine, It's just not my beliefs. Sorry. I have the right to believe in or not believe in something. You can't take that right away from me. But you think you can, because you're a high roller and you're on a high road. And anybody that don't believe in what you believe in, they got to be evil people, terrible people, horrible people. No, Popeye, you're a horrible person, and you've demonstrated so many times in so many ways. Being part of a hate channel, admitting it was a hate channel. Spewing your toxic poisons every time you put a show on. You're a horrible Catholic. Shame on you. Shame on you. You're a horrible Catholic. So don't preach your religion on here unless you could practice what you preach. That's what I say to that. Mrs. Heminger says, isn't it interesting how Fazio had RIP on his final video? I don't remember. Heminger says, it cracks me up when guys like Popeye will say, oh, I'm not a religious type, but then the next sentence will be acting like they are preaching Jesus. It's called hypocrisy. Oh, man. I can't be around people like that. I will shun people for pushing their... I knew this guy, Gary. Big guy. Alcoholic, major, guzzler. And he was a binge drinker. Big guy, strong guy. Wouldn't want to mess with him. Very evil when he drinks. Oh, man. I was in a club with him one time. I talked about it. Let's go out for a drink and blah, blah, blah. And I want to go home early. He's looking at me with his eyes. Look, you said you must come out for a drink, man. Why you want to leave early? He looked like he's ready to fucking pound me. I had to get away from this guy. I mean, he was not someone I wanted to be with, Yeah. Long story with that one, but this guy is like a reborn something, whatever. And what happens is when you get to the bottom of the barrel in your life, there's only one way to go with some people. God. They get religious all of a sudden when they were never religious before. But you got to reach the bottom of the barrel like Popeye did. He reached the bottom of the barrel in his life and he's preaching God. But the problem with that is two things. Keep your beliefs to yourself. You're religious? Fine. If you're great with that, I have no problem. Stop preaching to people. Stop being a Bible thumper. Adhere to your beliefs, but abide by the book. Live by the rules of what you believe in, sir. But you're not doing that, sir. Not even remotely. So stop preaching about how people are terrible people if you don't have my beliefs. That's what caused holy wars throughout history. People who adhere to their religious beliefs, and anybody else who doesn't believe what they believe in, they get attacked, and there's wars. There's a lot of holy wars throughout history over religious beliefs. People died. Hundreds of thousands of people died because one person had one religion and didn't like the other idea that this other person wasn't, adhering to their beliefs. No, my God is better than yours. How many gods are there? Let's get real. Muslims have their Allah, Catholics have their Jesus and God. How many gods are there? Then there's the gods of Egypt. How many gods did they have? Well, one thing I have to give credit to is Native Americans. We know them as Indians, Native Americans. You know what their God was? These are the most real people in the world. You know what their gods were? Anything that made their life bountiful. The sun. They worshiped the sun because it gave life to them, to their crops, helped provide food by having that nurturing sunlight to make things grow. They worshiped rain because it gave water to satiate their thirst and to cook with and to bathe with. They worshiped the land, which grew these wonderful, sustaining food sources. I got to give the Native Americans credit. They believed in what goes around comes around, and they were right. They didn't call it karma. We call it karma. Native Americans, the most righteous people on earth. They were simple people that want to be left alone. And they could practice what they believed in. And they always did, and they still do. They believe in nature, why we're here. And they appreciate the things that this earth gives us. That's their gods. That's their gods. Okay, I should read my comments here. I'm sorry, I haven't been looking at the screen. Heminger says, it cracks me up when guys like Popeye will say, oh, I'm not a religious type. Okay, I read that. Heminger said, even guys like Allo pretend to have the high road. Yeah. Mr. Istar says, McFish, McFish, okay. And Big Ego, thumping hard for all the wrong reasons. Yeah. Using religion to make harems. Yeah, how wrong is that? And they're religious? I know Big E is religious. And to do what he's doing goes against all religious beliefs and practices. But they take the high road. They take the high road. And they're all hypocrites. Yeah, using religion to make harems. How righteous is that? The high roaders. That's why I coined the phrase. That I'm sure is going to be used on here a lot. The high roaders. I like it. HR. High roaders. Then you got the high rollers. The religious high rollers. Popeye. Someone that does not practice what he preaches. So what Popeye's trying to say to me, I'm a horrible person. I mean, who doesn't believe in God? I don't. And many others don't believe it either. They have the right to believe in whoever they want to believe. If you're a Muslim, you believe in what? Allah or something. Whatever your religion is, I support you. I support anybody who's religious. Why? Well, I don't have to practice what they believe, and that's my right. But I'm very happy for them. Number one, if they found something that makes their life, gives them a goal, makes their life comfortable and happy. But it's when these people become the biggest fucking hypocrites in the world, and they hide behind the Bible for about everything. Everything they're hiding behind the Bible, like they're hiding behind the screens of their computer. It's the same goddamn thing. Goddamn thing. Did you hear that? Same thing. Nothing different. If you're religious, then practice what you're preaching if you have to preach. And that's the other thing. We don't need your preaching about religion. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Practice it on your own in your personal life. But most of all, practice what you preach. But nobody wants to hear your preaching. If being religious makes you happy, then I'm behind you. I'm all for it. I don't attack people because they're religious. I say the opposite. More power to you, bro. Whatever makes you happy, I support you. But if you're going to believe in something strong enough, then you have to practice what you believe in and adhere to the values, the morals, the scriptures. Don't be a hypocrite. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Nothing more than that. Only in long form. It's fine. Come on in. The water's fine. But water might be too cold for some people or too hot to some people, too warm. Don't go in the water if it doesn't serve you well. Don't eat that food if it's distasteful. Don't try to be part of a club that's going to have you as a member if you're a piece of shit. I wouldn't join any club that would have me as a member. I would never, Groucho Marx and so forth. Oh. I'm my own person. I make my own decisions. No entity is going to make my decisions. Oh, yeah, and he had to mention that Frank said he is his own church. I am. I absolutely am my own church, if you want to call it that. And if I was religious, I don't need to go to a church. You believe in something, your home is your church. Your bedroom is your church. While you're taking a shit on the toilet, your bathroom is your church. It's whatever you believe in is your church. You don't have to go to church just to show the neighbors, I'm a godly person. So all your neighbors say, he's a pillar of the community. I mean, him and his family, I see him in church all the time. Must be a good person, but they don't know what's going on behind that person's life. Goes to that confessional booth every Sunday. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. And I called Frank a fucking pervert, a child molester. That's okay, son. That's okay. You fucked up royal at his time, so instead of 5 Hail Marys, we're going to have you doing 10 Hail Marys. I absolve you of your sins. So go back tomorrow on Monday and do whatever you want again, sir. See you next Sunday at the confessional booth. Right? Right? Isn't that what it is? There you go. I could have said it any better. Anyway, it's been an interesting show this morning. Yeah. Sound of Silence. That's the title of the show. Good title. What are these people going to do when certain people on here are gone? By death? By being forced to get off YouTube? By the law? By having their phones taken away from them? Whatever the reason is, they're not on, right? They won't be on. What are you going to do? You just find another victim. Because these people are so goddamn bitter. Nothing to do, and they have nothing going on in their life at all. I can name names, but you know who all the characters are. You got these people wandering aimlessly in the streets of Thailand and the Philippines. Wandering aimlessly with no direction. And they're living a 5-star lifestyle. You believe that? Completely the opposite. They want attention. Look at me, I'm a screw-up. But I got to make these people think I'm living a 5-star lifestyle. I'm getting all these women. Look at me, look at me. No, you're not. You're buying these women. Big difference. You're buying them. And that's an embarrassment. There's nothing better when you could actually get a woman on your own accord without flashing bots or pesos, and you got the woman in a genuine way. She liked your personality or something about you. She didn't go for you because you were flashing money. Do you know how shallow that is? But they got to display them on their shows. Look at me, I'm killing it. They call it killing it. What are they killing besides themselves for being obese, having a horrible diet and lifestyle, drinking, on their way to an imminent death earlier than they expected? But they're living a five-star lifestyle. Are they really living a five-star lifestyle? Those who claim that they are. No, they're not. They're pathetic losers. Ister says, Big E, the 3-speed fan man, and his PowerPoint presentations. Yeah, I'll make a point to you, sir. There's nothing point you can make other than that thing between his shoulders, that pinprick. Money is not everything, man, but they try to use it as power to get the women. And they all think they're studs because they got money to flash in their wallet around. They have a harem. Yeah, these people are not around these people because they revere their personality. They're such a wonderful person. These people are evil. The more religious you are, the more evil you are, it seems, at least in this community. You got to back up, though, your religious background. Take the high road and the high rollers road. But even Big E and these people, they don't practice what they preach. Obviously not. We're all familiar with these people. None of them practice what they preach. They're just as evil as the people that they're accusing of being evil. There you go. And a little message to Barry here. Be there. I'll be at the courthouse. You can count on it. Be there in person, never mind hiding behind a camera. And I don't know what you think you're going to be able to accomplish. But guess what? You're not. This expectation of you're going to get sent home anytime soon, you're kidding yourself. You're being more delusional as you normally are. You're not going anywhere for a long time. You're not getting out of this. I'm making sure that you don't. Again, for these bullshit artists out there, the hypocrites. Oh, it's not good what you did to Barry. Really? Again, wear my shoes. Wear my shoes. And tell me different when you wear my shoes. That's why these people are full of shit. They're all hypocrites. Because it's not happening to them. They may go further than me. They may decide to physically confront this person and beat the snot out of him. I could have gone in that direction. But I'm smarter than that. Let the law handle it. That's the way you should do it. Let the law handle it. If it's gotten really carried away and you feel that you had to do something legal to intervene with this person, then that's what you have to do. It's a better way of handling it. Sure, you're going to spend money. There's not a time when you're not spending money on something, whether it's your visas and leaving the country or food or rent or whatever you have. You're going to spend money on something because you need to. You not may necessarily want to. But when you believe in something strong enough, you're going to spend that money. You're not going to care about it. Stefan, hello. Big Brr will be joining Barry soon. He's been going crazy. I'm surprised. Is he still in the country? Yeah, immigration should hear him. But you see, the thing is, you guys are not proactive. I'm not attacking you, okay? You guys are not proactive in all this. You always want Uncle Frankie to do all your dirty work. That's where I have a problem with some of you guys. Not all, but I think most. What do you guys do behind the scenes anyway? You're always talking about all the wrong that Barry does, but an honest question, what have you guys done about that? Is it your thing is to let Frank take the brunt of this, let him spend his money, let him spend his time writing up this and writing up that and informing this and getting a lawyer and all this stuff. I mean, what is your part in this? You sure like to talk about Barry and these people, but what do you do about it? And by the way, Popeye, you're wrong that I can't do nothing with you. You're forgetting, Popeye, I am a U.S. citizen. You're forgetting. Popeye was preaching again about how he could do whatever he wants. He could call me a pedo, whatever he wants. And he said he's going to get away with it. That's not necessarily true, Robert. We're both U.S. citizens. Don't forget about that. And if I had to go back to America, I'd be in America, Popeye. Think about that. I could decide to reside in Florida. I could be your neighbor. I could be your fucking neighbor. There you go. There's lots you don't think about, Popeye. Ister says there's a lot of pro-action. I mean a lot of behind the scenes on Discord. I'm sure there is. Henry says, I'm not in a PH, so it's not my problem. Well, you sure get yourself involved with this. It's not your problem because you're not in a PH. Doesn't matter. You can still write into immigration and stuff like that and say, I'm a person who follows YouTube, and I could verify that everything Frank said or whatever is wrong. It was said about him is wrong, and, you could write your letters. In fact, you could call Social Security. You're in America or wherever you are. Call Social Security that he's defrauding the system. Call Social Security. You could do that. +50 guys doing the unimaginable. You're just a Frank. You weren't always a Frank advocate. You attacked me left and right in the past, haven't you? Hey, look, guys, no offense. I take you guys with a grain of salt on here. Everybody needs an audience, right? So you'll take the trolls with the good guys. You're always going to have an audience. And Popeye says things like, the only people that comes on Frank's shows is trolls. Well, who the fuck does he think his audience is? They're all trolls, Robert. They're all trolls. Hate to inform you. They're all trolls. Heminger, I don't care about PH affairs. I'm just here as a Team Frank supporter. Don't care about PH, to be honest. Then I don't understand. Why do you come on a PH format on YouTube? I don't understand it. What is your interest in the Philippines all these years? I could ask the same of Don C. What is his interest in the Philippines? The guy lives in Thailand. He should keep his business to Thailand and his gripes and his rants and everything else. Why does he adhere to the Philippines genre? I never understood that at all. What is his connection with the Philippines, living his life vicariously through those of us that actually live out here? I never understood that. What's the connection? Nah, Frank, I'm a big supporter. I wouldn't waste my time here if I didn't like your show. Well, I think there's a lot of people that like my show. I mean, the fact that I don't have a lot of subs, I did before, but I'm not pushing it on here. I don't put anything in that little box there, where people could find my show, the meta stuff, metadata, whatever you want to call it. I don't put anything. I was able to do that on my computer, but not on here. I can't do that on here. I mean, there's a very limited things you could do on a cell phone. But no, I don't put no keywords in there to bring an audience to my show. Whoever shows up, shows up. I don't care about the numbers. Even if there's one person, that's an audience. To get your point out, to get the facts out, a listening ear. I don't need... I mean, isn't it amazing? You look at some of these shows, and after the show, they're like 56,000 people have viewed it in one day. And these are really lame shows, too. Really lame shows. It's amazing. It always astounded me. A lot of Ace Bachelor cool types doing the genre for baby dolls. We just got a bunch of sick people that gather on this platform. And we have experienced that. If you've been around listening on YouTube or been part of this genre for a long time, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's some sick fucks out there, man. No names need to be mentioned. You know who they are. There's some sick fucks. But they get their demise sooner or later. I bring up this stuff about the health. applies to all of us, but it applies more to others because, well, when you're big, fat, and obese and you got medical problems, you're a ticking time bomb. Certain people know that on here. They know who they are. It's a matter of time. They're no longer going to disgrace the wonderful, as I call it, the airwaves of the Philippines vlogging genre. Their time will come. Frank, you're the cleanser of the genre. Detergent Frank. Look, man, I'm not pretending to be anything I'm not. I'm just here to do a show and stuff and talk about shit. By my choice. By my chosen topic matter. Even my gripes. There's no money to be made on here. So I don't follow the cattle on here. I don't make a single peso on here. I'm not monetized. Got to give you the credit for that. I can still do a show and have a reason to do a show without expecting remuneration for it. But everybody who has a show on here, it's all for the money because they came here to this country with nothing in their pocket, really. They need the AdSense revenue. They need the super chats to survive. But once that's gone, imagine if you got your channel taken down and you managed to have over 100,000 subs or more, and somebody takes your channel down and takes your income away. You might be making as much as $800 a month. Boy, that would help you survive in the Philippines on top of what you make in your pension. That certainly would. Some people are making a hell of a lot more than that. They're making literally thousands a month. And they get so used to that lifestyle of having that extra money coming in. But when their channel is taken down and they got to start from scratch, it's like, ouch. And that happens. Heminger says, Frank, the fact that you have 30 loyal viewers every show proves you have a following. Enough said. Yeah, I guess so. Heminger says that they say that you have no viewers, but every time I look, you have viewers. Well, it's the trolls themselves that come to my channel. They don't like me and try to find reason not to like me, but they still come to my channel. I get people that write me now and then. They'll mock me and all that. I said, but in my show. And all I write to them is say, yeah, but you still listen, don't you? You still listen, don't you? Right? There you go. What more can I say to that? It's not that they don't like me. They don't want to be seen liking me. They want to take on this facade that I'm not a supporter of Frank. Because they're afraid. They're afraid of what other people are going to think about them if they publicly support me. That's all it is. It's a facade. Anyway, that's enough. I've been on an hour and a half. What is today? Tuesday. What's today? The 31st? Am I wrong? 31st? Today's the 31st. Okay. See you in court, Barry? Or maybe not. Barry thinks it's Freedom Day coming up. Oh, he's shitting his pants, man. He gave this big fucking spiel yesterday. I found out I ain't going to Bicutan. Hell, you're not. When I wrote about the United States Embassy and I told them the conditions of the place, they called in and they said, no, you can't put them in the worst place. Well, make up your mind. It's just like when somebody busted you over the head. You change your story, whether it was a stick or a beer bottle or a brick or a rock. Make up your mind. Which is it? So what he's basically trying to say is that, oh yeah, U.S. Embassy, which not supports him, they hate him. He's complained to them. He said the U.S. Embassy's on his side. He ain't going nowhere. Or his lawyers tell him he ain't going nowhere. That he's not going to be transferred to Bicutan. Did you not see the order? Is that on my thumbnail? I don't know if it's on my thumbnail. Did you not see the order? Then maybe I have to put it on here. Let's see. Here's the order. Okay? There's the order. Read it and weep, bummer. That's the order. They're very clear in here. They're very clear. You're going to Bicutan. I can't tell you the actual day, but I think it's coming right after the hearing. See, from that order, I think there's 5 days to respond or something like this. So court's coming up, and Barry's going to have everything remedied on that court day. He's going to get his papers to go back home. He's going to be out of the cell. He's not going to Bicutan. How many people want to lay some bets down on here? I probably have to take this off the screen because I can't really see the comments. It's such a light background against my white. The messages come in white text. So let me, you've read this before. So let's just go back to, okay. Everything of opening up a second channel for politics and health. No, look, man, I'm not that much into YouTube. In fact, I hope somebody gets me knocked off. Really. Please report me. Get me knocked off. That'll get me, because I will not come back on. It'll give me a good excuse not to be on, because I will not try to get back on YouTube again. It's too much of a hassle. Barry, read it and weep, Istor says. Structural integrity. Ben Cunningham, Frisbee the Goblin, Waffle Flipper, Hunchback Mantis, Alabama Tick, Bummer, Grover, Goose is well and truly cooked. Yeah, his goose is cooked, but he's trying to cook my goose. But like I said, there'll be a big fight on their hands with that one. Trying to remove me from my lovely Gilda? Oh, come on now. That's cruel. That's cruel. Cruel fool. Why are you still not getting in a fight? You don't know me very well, then. You're going to see Frank at his best. And at worst at the same time. Both. Don't get rid of that alarm. Every time a bush moves out there. These fucking alarms go. Sounds like I'm walking into a 7-Eleven. Every time a bush moves with the wind, we got to hear that all fucking day long. She put it out there. Something I had from a long time ago. It's a motion detector. It has to be in an area where you're not going to have movement, like bushes and stuff. Only people. Oh yeah, we got a lot of doodads around this house that people don't know. Shit. My God. After all, it is the Philippines. You gotta be careful sometimes out here. The guy next door got robbed 3 times. I said, man, it had to be an inside job. It had to be. They knew exactly where to go to find some jewelry or find a couple of bucks. But he doesn't want to spend the money. I know he doesn't have much. Go have some bars. There's only a couple of windows that they get in on. But he didn't want to spend the money on that, though. He didn't want to spend the money on that. Oh, well, you can teach somebody to walk, but you can't get them to run, if they don't want to. You can only give advice. If somebody takes it, they take it. If they don't, they don't. That's where you cut ties with people, just like I did with my own daughter. Cut ties because you get tired of giving people advice that don't want to take it, then they attack you when you give the fucking advice. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Don't ask me advice if you're not going to take my advice. No matter who you are, siblings, whatever, I don't care. Don't ask me anything unless you're going to appreciate the feedback I give you. Don't ask me anything, because I'm not going to give in to that and say anything anymore. I'm just going to tell you, you're on your own. Fend for yourself. I'm not your hero. I'm not trying to be. Don't ask if you don't want to hear. That's what I have to say. It's not worth your time. It's not worth my time. Giving advice to people doesn't always work, especially when they don't take it. So don't ask me something unless you want a true answer and you're going to abide and listen on what it is you want to hear. If not, just don't ask. Don't ask. And I mean that. Okay, so what do we have? Hey, we have 34 people in here still. Alas. Oh, God, here we go again, breakfast. I truly don't know what to make anymore, I'll be honest with you. Fucking eggs. There's certain cereals I eat that I can't get here. I don't always like having oatmeal, but you know what? God damn it, you know what? I defrosted these strawberries. I might be forced to make some oatmeal anyway. Yeah, I defrosted them overnight. Here they are. Yeah. Why is the screen on Zoom here? Why is it? I defrosted these strawberries, so I guess I'm going to have to, make a little bit of oatmeal, I guess. That's not anything bad, mind you. Man, I'm going to pull that goddamn thing off. I mean, this feels like it's fucking 7-Eleven around here, man. Ding, 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 ding. That's why I never used it all these years. It became because the thing was a pain in the ass. Anything that moved, the bush, anything that got in the way. Dogs must be sick of hearing that. Here we go. This is not a fancy thing. It's Quaker, but it's a whole grain rolled oats. Whole grain rolled oats, which is better than the standard issue, Whole grain rolled oats, not the shit that Quaker also puts out too, all this quick shit, which is, artificially flavored with fruit, artificial flavoring and all this shit. You add your own. Fresh fruit, whatever. Or frozen, whatever works. It's fine. Yeah, I don't always know what I'm eating in the morning. I just make the best of it. If there's nothing around, fuck, I have vegetables. Can't beat that with a stick. So I was smart enough to defrost these strawberries overnight. Okay. How about the blueberries? What do I have? Well, I don't want to open up a fresh package of blueberries. I got something in a bag. It's not many blueberries, but there we go. We're going to add that to that too. Look at that. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? How do you endure what? Oh, that sound? I don't. I'm going to take that down today. No, it doesn't go all night. It's just, I don't hear it in my bedroom. No, I don't hear it in my bedroom. No. We're just going to turn the damn thing off. It's constant. But hey, it has an alarm too, though. That would really irritate you if we turn the alarm on. It's more like a siren thing. But once you hear the alarm, that's worse. Hey, girls. What? Where's my pretty girls? What you want? Speaking of animals, I do make my judgment on people on one thing. I will. I always will. If you're an animal hater, oh, by the way, we're taking that alarm down today. It's just constantly going off, Gilda. Every movement of a bush, it won't shut up. Like Barry, it won't shut up. It won't shut up. Yeah. You could have look at these berries, Gilda. Look at this. Oh, look at this bowl of healthy berries, Gilda. Please, I hope you're going to partake in some of this. Look at this, baby. Look at this. Isn't it gorgeous? I hope you're going to have some of these wonderful berries. The berries of life, Gilda. The berries of life.
I don't like berries.
You don't like berries? You don't like Barry or you don't like berries? Oh, both of them. Which one do you hate the most? I won't even ask. No, I don't listen to that shit at night, man. You really go out of your mind. It's like listen to Barry all day long. You'll go out of your mind after a while. kill me now first. Kill me now. Hello, Dr. Smile friend. I come to talk to you again. There's nothing worse in the world than being lonely, man. But you know something about me? I know, you think you know everything about me. I can be independent, too. I have the capability of being independent. I actually do. And when I really think about it, for a certain amount of my life, I've actually been pretty independent. I didn't always have a woman by my side all the time. No. That wouldn't be true at all. I never really had a lot of women living with me, a few times. But no, I've always been fairly independent. I'm not afraid to go out on my own. I need my mommy with me, like Nico. I don't need my mommy all the time. Oh, but that's right, it's a sin because my mother's dead. Nico's so proud that his mother is still alive, but what happens when she croaks? What are you going to do then, Nico? Tell me. What are you going to do? You're going to fall apart. She's your rock, and that's okay to have a rock. That's good. But everything is mommy this, mommy that. Untie the goddamn apron strings, for God's sakes. Here we go. I'm going to pour this puppy into my cereal. It's going to be marvelous. Simply marvelous. Look at this delight. Look at this Popeye. Look. That's what you should be eating, Popeye. Look. You too, Barry. Look. Not McDonald's hamburgers, the brisket and whatever. This is food, whole food. Nature's oats and grains, berries. It's very, very good, by the way. Oh, look at this masterpiece. Just an absolute masterpiece. Look at this. And green tea with turmeric. Jesus Christ. Frank, do you do the fruit shake side of the game? Yeah, we may. Yeah, we do. We'll take fruit and... Oh, she's good. She's taking that thing off outside. I don't know what she's doing with it. Frisbee, the hobgoblin is obese. He's eating too much of everything, man. I told you, the guy needs his own zip code these days. There's nothing wrong with my health, he says. Excuse me, folks. You're fine, son. You're fine. You're going to be okay. Don't worry about it. Nothing to worry about. Everybody go home. Nothing to see. Yeah, right. There's a secret to oatmeal. You got to add a little bit of butter to it. And just the dashiest dash of salt. Dashiest dash. Oh, this is good. Because I'll be honest with you. Straight oatmeal doesn't work for me. Blah, it's like eating plaster. It don't work for me. But once you put some fruit in it, it gives you direction. You know what that spoon's going after. You're going to have to make sure that spoonful, the loving spoonful has some of that wonderful fruit in it. Here we go. Isn't that great? All right, guys. Well, I think we covered A to Z today pretty well, didn't we? I think we did. Yeah, that ain't working good for us. Then we had a problem with our remote. I thought it was the batteries, and maybe it is. See, I have this habit of I have the remote on my lap or something, right? I get up and I forget it's there. And then it falls on the ground. Potentially damaging the phone. And the way TVs are now, you don't have any controls on it. You control the channels. Everything's in your remote. Do you know what they charge for a replacement remote for my TV? 2,500 pesos. You go, girl. 2,500 pesos. So, there's always something wrong with our remote. We got one working. We had several. And here's the thing. You can't always get a universal remote for your TV. That doesn't always work. No. It has to be the remote for that specific model. And we had to go to one of the malls where they had the Samsung. No, what was it? What is this? What is our TV brand? Gilda. What brand is our TV? Oh, it's a Samsung. Right, Samsung. Right. It had to be a specific model for Samsung, or else it was not going to work. You've heard of universal remotes? That's all bullshit. They don't work. They don't work. Problem with this meal is that I need protein. Well, I added a little almond milk to it. A little protein. I'm probably going to have an egg or two. So I got to get the protein in. I'm useless without the protein. I think I'm going to have a ribeye tonight. They're not big, they're some small. We bought at S&R. I think that's what I'm going to eat tonight. I'm kind of chickened out, on chicken. Oh, man. Although I am partial to that nice roasted chicken in the oven with all those roasted potatoes. I'm gung-ho on that shit all the way. I'm all the way on that. Very pasty, the oatmeal is very pasty, but it scrapes, I tell you, it scrapes your arteries out. Scrapes the shit out of your arteries, which is what you want to do. Oh, I will give you advice. You need to go for a maintenance checkup, and what you need to do is you want to have an ultrasound of your heart, at least an ultrasound. If you can't afford a CT scan, get an ultrasound of your heart. They can measure your valves, all that stuff. Now you have that carotid artery. I forgot what the test is called. Whatever. That'll give you an idea where you stand in your longevity, right on the side of your neck. Go and have some sonography, ultrasound done on that. There's a lot of labs that will do that. And they can tell you how clogged your arteries are. But remember, there's a hard substance and there's a very viscous substance in there. You'd rather have the harder stuff more than the viscous stuff, because it's the viscous stuff that really does the damage. But if you want to know about your longevity, because I've yet to continue to do that, but you do that with a combination of lipid tests. And don't go by all the guidelines you just see on it, because things have changed. New knowledge has come in as far as cholesterol, which you're allowed to have, all this stuff. Get some lipid tests done, complete. Okay, and also get a test done that measures how much of these certain minerals or things in your body that you're lacking. You're lacking on B, you're lacking on magnesium, whatever. It all makes a big difference. But if you really want to know what shape you're in, even though you're 350 pounds and you think you're healthy as sin, go ahead. Go, I dare you. I dare you. Go and get some imaging done and check out the vessel walls. Check out the carotid artery. That'll be the main one in your neck. Go check it out. That'll tell you where you stand. And I've yet to do that, and I will. That tells you where you stand. And don't be too shocked if they find out that you're in bad shape, motherfucker. Okay, I think that's my show. Robert, it's your turn if you're simulcasting me. And I know you're going to try to counteract everything I said, but you're a creep. I'll just, summarize it. You're not religious. You hide behind that facade of the Bible and religion. That's what you do. You're a hypocrite, Robert. Just by coming on the show and knocking me, you're a hypocrite. I'd suppose if you went into a church, you'd burn to ashes. But you use YouTube as your preaching grounds, that you're on the right side of the road, that you'll never be on the left side. But you don't practice what you preach, Robert. That's the problem. That's why you're making a fool out of yourself. And we're all laughing at you, not with you. I guarantee that. How dare you tell me that I have to believe in what you believe in? Because you think it's right. Well, it might be right for you. It may not be right for me and others. That's just the way it is, Robert. Know what I'm saying, Robert? Now, how do I have two thumbs up with one person viewing at the moment? Oh, here we go. Jumping up there. That seems kind of strange. We'll kind of ease into this topic a little bit and mix it up with some other stuff, you know. God, I couldn't listen to Heidi and George. Ugh. I. No, that's a real laid back day today, man. It wasn't yesterday. It's really a laid back day today. She's doing her needlepoint, and I'm just sitting in my chair, unfortunately, listening to Heidi and George for a little bit and some other stuff, actually. I'm saying, nah, enough of this. I need to get active. And I did. I got active earlier, and because I didn't do my exercise in the morning, I had to do it late. Didn't do a lot. I did a little bit of it. So, yeah, just hang my underwear to dry on there. Right? Yeah, that's what's good for a lot of the times people buy this equipment. No, but I actually do use it. Maybe as often as I should, really, but I do. I mean, I actually do. So I go through the day, I feel guilty if I don't do some form of isometrics or something. Okay, speaking of that, I'll give you an example. That exercise bike, hello. That exercise bike here, we had bought this off this lady, and was her husband. They were not married, but it doesn't matter what their social situation was. This guy is only in his 50s, and just the other day, he died of a heart attack. And I'm thinking, whoa, see what I mean? Happen to anybody. The genetics, if you have a family history of heart disease or something. He wasn't particularly overweight. I met him a long time ago, but I don't remember what he looked like, to be honest with you. But he must have been living on a pension because he was too young to get, Social Security. So I'll assume that. A nice house, though. I don't know where I got the money, but a nice house. I mean, I've been over there one time, and very nice. Nice location, too, over here. But, the thing is, like I asked my girlfriend, I said, did he have a history of heart disease or anything like that? She said, I don't know. Well, what did he do with his time? Well, he just liked to go to the bar. He didn't drink a lot, but he did drink regularly, but he didn't drink a lot. So I don't get the idea that he was, very active, or I get more of an idea maybe he was more sedate. I think that's the key there, but I'm thinking genetics too, because of pre-existing stuff. Nobody should die in their 50s. I mean, there is no reason, unless you're in an accident or somebody kills you or something, or you just, I don't know, you've had all your life, been dealing with a particular disease or something that it's just got the best of you. But nobody should be dying in their 50s, okay? There should be no reason for that, Oh, man. All right. So when I hear that, it kind of comes as a surprise to me at that age. But you know, I don't know. It's pre-existing. They come here with these pre-existing conditions all the time. Then they wonder, well, what's going to happen. I mean, I don't look forward to having anything else happen to me. Considering the prices of hospitals and everything else. No, I'm all not signed up, but all my paperwork is in. This has been going on for 6 months. I just haven't really decided I really want to pay that kind of money every month. Where they don't even give you outpatient or nothing like that. So I don't know. I mean, it's a chance you take. I mean, that's all it really is. Because the truth is, where I live, if you had a catastrophic event, you're gonna probably die anyway. You know, unless you can make it to the hospital in time, and that means 5 hours travel from here, whatever, or more. So what's the purpose? I don't know. I don't know. To each his own on what they want to do with that. You make your choice. You make a choice where you live, and you live with it, or you don't live, or whatever. It's just so. But it is a nice day though here today. It's a really nice day. There's a nice breeze. It's very sunny. It's a little humid, but hey, April Fools, persons, everybody. I did a little April Fools thing earlier. Did you see that? It was a little lame, but yeah. April Fool's Day today. It is April 1st. It is the month of April in the Philippines. Boy, time is going by. This is the month that all changes. Might change people's lives too. I don't know. But it's a weather change this morning. I mean, this month. That's for sure. We're going into that heat season again. It's the part of the year that I just don't usually look forward to. And for good reason. If you ever lived out here and you've been around here, because the first time I came here was in April of 2016. And I remember that weather, man. It was excruciating. But then there was an El Nino or some shit going on with that too. And we had, temperatures like around 40-ish or more. That's pretty bad. Bad, 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 bad. I didn't like that. Master Puppets. Cigna has a good expat insurance. The Cigna World Health cost me about $1,800 a year. Well, I was going to go with what's your name? They're always pushing that. The other one. Forgive me, my age is showing here on my memory. But yeah, it would actually cost. Well, see, the thing with the policy, there's certain exclusions, but they may not do certain pre-existing conditions. It all has to do with your age, and you're not going to get a good price at my age. Okay, it's just especially in America, they won't even insure you. If you were in America at my age, you tried to get, you know, health insurance. I mean, generally you're going to have, Medicare, right? All right. But like you didn't, if you didn't, oh my God, what they'll charge you for your age. If you want to get life insurance, oh, forget that. Nearly impossible. I mean, it's not impossible to get life insurance in America. I mean, you can get it. But a lot of the underwriters, they say, no, 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 no. And they'll make you pay a lot of money for very little coverage. It's a whole sham, the whole industry, insurance crap. Hector, I just saw you on Heidi's show. Do they have a list of hospitals in the Philippines that accept the Cigna insurance? They must. Mine, I was going to get. I mean, it's just a phone call away or a message away, and giving them a bunch of money that I could do this. But it's like what is it? A million a year? Well, it's a million pesos coverage a year. It's not incredible, But then there's no outpatient. There's no outpatient at all on this. Okay. Medicine, unless you're in a hospital. Because I don't know if you guys have ever been in a hospital or had to, and I did for that kidney stone crap. Every little cotton swab, I don't care what the hell it is. You know, everything. Everything. Even if a piece of paper is involved, they're going to charge you for it. Every cotton swab, if they use alcohol, if they give you pain medicine, We were looking at our bill. I don't have it in front of me. We don't. I don't know where it is, but I'm not going to take it out. I went over this one time when I went there. People, oh, you didn't pay that much for that. And where did you get that kind of money, Frank? Oh, whatever. Apparently I had it, right? So let's not argue that anymore. I couldn't believe the list of everything they charged us for. I mean, every time a nurse had to come in the room, I had to stay overnight or something or whatever, or 2 nights, I'm not sure. They had to come in the room, to take your blood pressure. They were charged for that nurse's time taking the blood pressure too. I mean, it didn't go as a freebie. There was nothing that was a freebie. Then my specialist would have another associate specialist come in to check on me or something at one point, once or twice. Had to charge for her service. I didn't ask for her services. She didn't give me much feedback on anything. It's all a scam. It's all bullshit, man. Yeah. But yeah, Doctors Hospital in Manila accepts I had gallbladder removed out of pocket. Gallbladder, really. 20,000 and stayed in private room for 4 days. I don't know if I can afford a hospital anymore. I'm spending it all on Barry. Barry. No, I assure you I won't go broke on Barry's situation, but it's taking a chunk. I'll tell you that. It's taking a chunk. But, it's all for a good purpose, and I don't regret any minute of it. And I won't regret it, no matter how much more has to go along, and anything else that I need to do. I'm all for it. That's a done deal. That's it. No question about it. It's a done deal. Oh, God. I'm even more alert as to what I'm eating, and will feel guilty as hell if I ate something that I think is not healthy. Because believe me, I don't want to wind up going to the hospital again. I just don't. Not just the cost, but man, it's a hassle. But as you get older, man, this is the shit that happens when you least expect it. Did that guy expect to die of a heart attack I just told about? He's in his 50s? Of course not. Did his girlfriend ever think that was going to happen? Of course not. He's only in his 50s. Why would you think that? But if you know that you have pre-existing conditions that are serious enough, don't come here. Don't come here. But too many people do that. Yeah. They don't understand the ramifications. Yeah. According to what could happen to me, it's very scary because they're not going to take care of you if you ain't got that heavy-duty money. According to what's going on with you, you could do a couple of million pesos in one shot, easily, if you had to be stuck in a hospital here and whatever treatment you have to get and all that. Does anybody out there personally have that kind of money to do that? Even if you do have enough money to cover a major event of that sort, do you really want to dispose of it? Well, can I say, you have to do what you have to do. If you got a medical situation, what are you going to do? But what if my expenses came well above and beyond what I could afford? Yeah, that's quite a consideration. And it's quite a concern, and it should be. I think about that shit all the time. I'm not that rich. I mean, I never said I was rich at all, actually. Never said I was. By any standards, by American or Philippines, I'm really not. Cold. I'm doing a show here, and you're doing your little needlepoint thing here, yeah. Talking about expenses of hospitals, where people die in Guild at 50 years old, which is not the norm. No, she has PhilHealth. I don't have PhilHealth. And it takes a year anyway to get it before they start paying the little bit of 10% or whatever it is they give you. I guess it's still my understanding that Americans, foreigners can get to PhilHealth, but I guess it's better than nothing, The other insurance agency, Pacific. Oh, it's a Pacific something. Boy, you don't know what I had to go through with them. You don't know what I had to provide for them, and just because of the fact that I had that kidney stone situation and all that, had infection. Oh boy, I had to keep on taking tests for them. I don't know what I spent, and even without getting the insurance right now, excuse me, I don't know what I spent just for all the tests and ultrasounds and everything else. They wanted to keep track of my creatinine, whatever level. They wanted to see be able. I mean, they just initially they asked everything about you, and maybe I volunteered too much information to make it hard on myself. The honest person I am, in which I am, sometimes too honest. But you have to tell them everything, and I mean, I was ready to go on this. I just didn't put the money out, you know. And then you're going to have partial benefits for 6 months or 12 months on certain things. Um, yeah, I mean, we're still thinking about it. And that's just really to cover me. That's just for me. At least that'll get you inside and seeing without having to cough up money right then and there. I should apply for that, but it takes a year, even to get any coverage on Phil Health. It's not about pain, it's about you getting seen by a doctor, especially in an emergency. Yeah, I know, because when I had that kidney stone thing, man, I was there at the emergency room, and I'm saying, I walk in and said, I don't know what's going on, but I'm in a lot of pain, and I need something for it. So they did a little triage on me, whatever. It wasn't too long, they was shooting me up my wrist with some morphine or something. I said, oh, thank goodness for that. I don't mean to crow about this all the time. I mean about the kidney stone. But if you ever really had a bad kidney stone, according to where it was located, it's pretty bad shit, man. Maybe you wouldn't even wish it on your worst enemy. I mean, it's that shit hurts. I thought I was going to faint and fall to the ground. I was in a condo unit at the time. That night I was in Cebu, and I said, holy shit. No, we're going now, Gilda. What time it was in the morning, wee hours. No, we're going now. I can't do it. Something's going on. It's really bad. Something's really going on. Something's happening to me, Yeah, didn't you realize something's striking you like that, just out of the blue? And you're saying like, oh man, I don't need this happening. Yeah. Hector, if you don't disclose everything, yeah, I know about your health, you'll get sick by the undisclosed conditions, and they will have a legal excuse not to pay for the care. That's true. Michael Sevilla says, Fazio went to a 50 peso quack doctor. Yeah, he's the one that agreed with him on his long-term fasting. And Fazio was going to go by this Indian guru, too, that you could get nutrients just from breathing the air. If you can believe that. No, he did say that. I'm not making this shit up. You can't make this shit up. The guy was such an oddball. He killed himself, is what he did. Let's just face it, he killed himself. And he was my adversary, and I used to tell him, even on emails, go get your foot in a hyperbaric chamber somewhere. It's the only way you're going to really deep kill, the bacteria with concentrated oxygen and stuff, combination with the right antibiotics. But he went to this, 200 peso doctor, and, oh well. Yeah. Yeah, he ate a lot of pork. And it's not really healthy for you at all. As I said, my lips barely touch pork. It's very rare. Very rare. Anthony said, in 2012, gallbladder attack, severe case of pancreatitis. Really? Which ended up with 2 emergency surgeries removing half of my stomach. Serious shit, man. Oh, your pancreas. Oh, I don't like anything happening with the pancreas, man. Yeah, I know. I knew a guy named Bob in Kona, Hawaii, the other side of the island where I lived. He was a friend of mine. I used to visit now and then, go to the other side of the island. Yeah. You know, I know. I remember when I was visiting, he was having pain in his back, couldn't figure it. Then I left, and I don't know. I went back to the east side of the island, and I don't know. Later on, I tried to call him, and I told you, he left this odd message on his phone system for this particular gal who was kind of a friend of his, a woman friend, who would, he would use as an emergency contact, a friend, and he left a message for this woman saying, "I'm going to the hospital, man. I'm in pain." And his name was Bob, and Bob he was a jokester. Okay, he was a Chicago truck driver, or whatever. No, San Francisco truck driver. Well, it has nothing to do with him. That was his profession, but he was a real jokester. Had a good sense of humor. I thought he was fucking with me because Bob would do that. He would do that, yeah. So it was about 12 o'clock afternoon, and I knew that the only hospital around me was a Kona hospital, Kona Community Hospital. I called there and I said, "Do you have a Bob Mangini in there?" They looked it up. I said, she said, "Who am I?" I'm a friend of his. "Oh, I'm sorry to tell you, sir, he passed away." I said, "What?" Apparently, he had a full cardiac arrest when he was on the MRI table. He was getting an MRI. He had pancreas, a bad pancreas, pancreatitis or whatever. But it was during, I don't know what brought it on though. It was a pancreas thing, but I guess it could affect. He had a full cardiac arrest on the MRI table. Bam, gone. Did Bob expect to get up in the morning and expect that midday he was going to be dead? Of course not. This is what I'm talking about. You just never know. It's scary. Have you heard about the double dead pork? The vendors sell pigs that have died from disease. Oh, unbelievable. I can imagine. I don't want to imagine. I had sciatica pain, and that was bad. And I had my kidney pain, that was bad, but I don't know about pancreas. I don't imagine it's, what's your prognosis, by the way, on this? I might ask. And double dead? Yeah, well, that would not surprise me. You see, it's just like the same thing I was telling you, these calendarias and stuff, they're using oil that's been there 6 months, a year, the same fucking oil. They don't want to put out any money, or they use fake cheese on pizzas or whatever, because they want the biggest profit, spending the littlest of money, which is business anyway, but they all go overbound on this. Now, and what you're saying is, I understand, and and a good example with the pigs, yeah. They don't want to lose their money on the pigs, So it's a terrible thing to do, but they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you that their pigs had a disease. And that should be a crime in itself, and I'm sure it probably is. That should be a crime. But nobody wants, I told you, Filipinos are good with money out here. They want to make the best profit they can. Yeah. Only 99 pesos. Only. Everything is only to make you feel like you're getting a deal. Only. 50,000 pesos for something that may be worth 15,000 pesos. Only to you. I'm white, they think I'm rich. Only. You can afford that, white man. We charge you extra. No frills. And Filipino people love them, but they're hard to bargain with. There's no bargaining down on the price of a meal. There's no bargaining down on the price of an item in the store. No, that's our price, sir. It's only $14.99. Yeah. One pig is worth 10,000 pesos. That's a lot of money for a Filipino. Yeah, it is. Dude was sicker than a dog. Oh, yeah, let me read what he said before that. Hold on. This thing doesn't scroll right. Anthony was talking to Michael Seville. He said, Barry, here we go again. Barry tried a small roadside stand and bought spoiled pork. He thought that by boiling it long enough, he could boil the bacteria away. No, a lot of times you can't. A lot of times you can't, no. But I will suggest it, no matter what you eat, is cook it well. For example, I mean, steaks are pretty safe. Unlike hamburger meat, which, look at hamburger beef, okay? There's a lot of texture in there, right? A lot of nicks and crannies in there where bacteria can hide. The difference between the form of meat, as in the form of a steak, is that you have a different type of surface on a steak. It's not all these nooks and crannies like you see when you're looking at a pound of hamburger meat, spaces in between nooks and crannies. So that's why steak is safer. Steak is safe. It's much safer. And yeah, as long as you cook the surface on there real good, you're okay. And some people like it rare, but that's like, might as well just eat the cow, kill them and eat them without cooking it. That's not me. I like it. The best is really between medium and well cooked. I mean, but not everybody cooks it to specifications the way you want. Many times I've had things that were overcooked or undercooked, to get it perfect. But yeah, you're safer with a steak than you are with hamburger meat. You want to definitely make sure that you want to cook your, when you go to a restaurant and you order a hamburger, you know what I do all the time? I take a fork or knife and I break it in half and I look at the inside. I will not accept any red inside my hamburger. Meat's a different thing, a steak, but I will not accept, the same as chicken, you can't have any pink inside there. Pork, same thing, you're taking a chance, man. It's more flexible with beef, but, with the hamburger, ground beef, you got to watch it there. Yeah. Well, I don't generally eat street food in the Philippines. Well, sometimes, she'll send the kids out to come back with some fried chicken from a stand or something. I've eaten it, but it's not my choice. I mean, I know how. Just the same thing as Jollibee. You're eating so much crappy oil. That thing is so saturated with oil. You put that on a piece of paper towel, and oh my God, you must got an ounce of oil coming out of that one drumstick or something. It's just not healthy. It's okay to eat now and then. It's okay. I mean, hey, please don't get me wrong. I love the taste of fried foods. But I'm at an age now when I've realized for a long time, but you just can't have too much of that saturated fats and those kind of oils, man. You're just gambling with yourself. You don't give a fuck about yourself, then, whatever, man. Be like Ricky or somebody and eat whatever the hell you want. Or Barry or any of these goons, Just go ahead, eat. Eat till you die. I mean, fuck it. That's your own body. You take care of it. I'm not their fucking advisors, really. I may talk about shit like this on here, and if somebody, listens to what I have to say, and if they learn something from me, then that's fantastic. If they don't, they don't. You don't have to take it to heart. You don't have to do what I'm doing or practice what I'm doing. There's no obligation at all. But I do put out some good information on here that you could probably learn from and possibly save your life from. That's all I can tell you on that. Oh, fried chicken. Oh, yeah, man. Not everybody loves fried chicken. I love fried chicken. But, I don't have too much. I'd rather have a baked chicken. I enjoy, like I said, we'll buy a fresh whole chicken and put it in the oven, and we'll roast some potatoes around there too. Maybe put some rosemary, a little olive oil, perhaps. Slop it down, a little olive oil and rosemary, and it's a really good meal. Is it healthy? Well, they love the skin. Sometimes I peel the skin off because that's where a lot of cholesterol is. Sometimes I eat it. It is one of the best parts. You got to admit that. Same as like lechon. Filipinos love the skin. They'll kill for it, literally kill for it. Save me the skin, save me the skin. And her kids, they love the skin of lechon and they love the skin of chicken. So sometimes I'll peel this, I don't want to contribute to their bad health, but they eat it. I can't, I'm not going to stop their diet no matter what. Even my girlfriend, I expect her to take some vitamins every day and learn from me. She don't really. There's nothing I can do about that. I got to do my thing and she has to do hers. I would love her to take certain vitamins every day. She doesn't have to take all the shit that I do. That's okay for me. It saves me money. That's okay. But some of the vitamins I take that I think are really detrimental to her, I really think are important, I'd like her to do that. I don't care about the price. I mean, I'd like her to take certain things. But she does not stick to a regimen. And the only time she'll take a vitamin is if I bring it up or put it on the table, and that's the only time she's going to take it. I can't be a nursemaid to her or anybody. I can just take care of myself. But because you love somebody, you want to see them healthy and you want them to do some things that you do. They don't have to do everything you do, but everything's a little help. If they just learn to maybe eat a little bit less rice, But I'm guilty too because, I'm not a big rice man, but when the meal is very sparse at night, we didn't go shopping and just something to eat, then they throw rice on it as a filler, I'll eat the rice. Like, for example, if we just have chicken or something, and I don't have any vegetables to go with it or something, throw some rice on, just to extend the meal. But I will not, I'm not going to overdo it because, like I said, white potatoes are high in carbs too. You want to have more of a non-carb diet, a low carb really. But I do get a lot of carbs. Unfortunately I do. With me it's hard not to. I get hungry, I make a piece of toast. That's white bread, that's carbohydrates. There's carbs there. Then you eat some rice, that's more carbs, right? Then you have some types of cereal, there's more carbs in there. It's hard to stay away from the carbs. Let's see. Oh, you go to Mang Inasal? Yeah. I don't know, it don't taste the same to me. All these places, fried chicken is fried chicken. I don't know, unless they do something extra in the breading or whatever they put on it, It's not even breading, it's just a skin. Do they put breading on the chicken here? Or is it just fried chicken? Do they bread their chicken here? It is breaded? Yeah, that is yeah, that's what they do, yeah. 24 chicken is the best I had. It's called 24 chicken. Yeah. Nooks to go. I don't like Nooks to go. Or Chooks to go. Chooks to go. Nooks. Nooks. Chooks to go. I don't like their seasoning on there. I just really don't. In the beginning, when I first started, we used to get a lot of that. We didn't know what to cook. We go to Chooks to go. No cooking. Everything's ready. I would trust them more than a regular Calendaria type stuff. Because I pass it every day, man. I'm downtown almost every day. I'm not in the house every fucking minute. I'm downtown almost every day for something. And, you got all this shit in the street, and the smoke is everywhere. They're grilling stuff, and, the oil, and you could smell the oil. You could actually smell the oil, and you consume it just by breathing as you're walking down the street. But you don't know how they handle this shit, man. How many flies are on it? I see these people at these little vendors, they with chicken there, pork, and they with their hands, they got a little plastic fan to shoo away the flies. Well, how much dog shit or people shit did those flies go on before they went on that piece of meat? I'm particular about that shit. I'm in a restaurant and a fly goes on my meat. Shit. I'll cut away that little piece of meat or whatever it is I'm eating, that freaking fly. In fact, when we have anything to drink in a restaurant, something sweet or something, like a mango juice or something, I take the fucking napkin and put a weight on it to hold it there until I drink it, so I don't want any flies on the rim of my drink. I'm just funny that way. Andox is better than Chooks to go. Andox. I don't know if I ever ate at Andox. We ate there? Yeah. Frank, you try Korean chicken? Did I ever have Korean chicken?
Yeah, spicy.
Spicy. I'd rather it be a little spicy. Some stuff. I don't know. I'm not, I don't eat a lot of Korean food. Rarely. I don't know what I ever had here that's Korean, really. They love it here. But anything to do Korean, they watch all these movies, Korean. All these boy bands and shit in Korea. The Filipinos go nuts over Koreans. Why don't they just move to Korea? My God. Koreans. They're taking over. the Philippines. I have nothing against them, unless they're North Korean, but I have nothing against the South Koreans, but they got like the whitest skin in the world besides the Irish. I think the South Koreans, they got, you know, ceramic doll, kind of white skin, S&R roaster chicken is very good. Yeah, S&R, not bad. I like
It's a just to go happen.
Huh?
It's an
S&R.
yeah, it's a just to go.
You think the S&R chicken is the chooks to go?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you hear Gilda just said? S&R roaster chicken is very good. She said that that's a chooks to go. You mean they're affiliated with S&R?
Supermarket.
Really? Well, I didn't know that. I don't know what I was eating, but I don't know. Mostly if I'm at S&R, if I'm at their food thing there, it's either going to be, I'm going to be really taking my life in my hands by having the hot dogs because they're really good. I like their hot dogs. I brought them home once or twice. Their pizza is it's edible. I like the pizza. Not great, but it's good. And I like the what is the other stuff I like over there? Hamburgers are they're good size. There's something about the taste in there I don't like. There's something in there, too much of something, and I don't know what it is.
Mushroom.
I don't know what they have in there. I mean, it's edible though. I mean, I would, yeah. But it gets to the point that I get this guilty conscience when I eat some of these really fattening foods. I mean, I'm more aware, as you can hear me talking about this all the time on my show. Yeah, I'm more aware of my mortality than I've ever been before. More so. I was aware in my 60s, and even prior to that in my 50s, but especially the 60s. But now I hit a different digit. So, yeah, I'm kind of more aware, but yet I'm still doing something that could kill me. No need to mention that. Yeah, I cut down, but still. See, you're lucky to live to 75 if you smoke, maybe 78. So you got to look at life that, oh my God, I got 5 years left of my life. I better make a bucket list. But you just don't know. Genetics, everything else. People who smoked for all their life. Mucho packs. Mucho, mucho, mucho. Motherfuckers live to 100 years old. Then you say, how the fuck did they do that? Excuse my French. But it happens. But I know one thing. I don't want to be in a goddamn oxygen bottle, man. My brother was. Fuck that. So this boy's got to make some decisions, and soon, I'll tell you that. Okay, Hector. It's all about skin whitener and bleaching. Yeah, yeah. Wonder if there are any long-term effects. Maybe. Michael Seville says, many Korean women have had cosmetic surgery done. My next vacation? Oh, Bicutan. Oh, that was a Ricky laugh there. Oh, I picked the, did I pick up a Ricky laugh? Oh, no. Oh, Bicutan. That's my next. No, actually, it's going to be Toledo. It's going to be Cebu. Got to go there and take some business. We got a trial coming up in 6 days. That's my next vacation. Yeah, you're laughing. Yeah. Yeah. Drop off the brisket. Yeah. To the boy. Oh my God. Well, I don't know. The way he's eating, he's going to explode. But I think if he, or when, it's not if, when he winds up in Bicutan, he'll probably, well, I say because he won't eat certain foods, he might lose weight. But if you're also sedentary, you're going to keep the weight on, though. I don't really make fun of this Bicutan shit. I don't want to ever see myself in a situation like that. And believe me, if I could at all help it, dang, it ain't where I'm fucking planning to go. Tooth and nail, remember, tooth and nail. In fact, I'm going to Cebu Safari. I went there already. It's not new. It's not new. I went there. If you go into the birdhouse, they fly all over your shoulders. And they got a crocodile section. They got some big ass crocodile down there. It's sort of interesting. I mean, it's worth. I say it's worth going. There's more food options in Manila on Food Panda. Yeah, Food Panda, from what I've seen on their menus, um, I don't know if they have anything healthy at all. So when you're subject to eating out, I mean, having to order from Grab to Food Panda or something, your options are limited, but you got to eat. And what I don't really understand, okay, I mean, they feed you in the prisons. Why don't they feed you in the detention center? I think they do. I think they do. It's just that maybe you don't want their leftover rice and, but they can't let you starve. I mean, they may let you get sick and die in a prison. If you ain't got no money for transportation to get to a hospital, have any money for the hospital, yeah, you're going to die. They're going to have you in a medical section, a medical cell, whatever, in the prison, and you'll die. You just die. They don't care. They don't care. They don't. Hector said, ask Gilda to translate some Tagalog sentences in Alo's video titled, You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet. Did Alo put a video on? I told you, man, I'm not all over the YouTube with these guys' channels like you think I am. But Barry refuses to eat rice, dried fish, and kangang. Well, to survive, if I had to do that, I would have to eat it. Otherwise, I mean, what's the alternative? If I was stranded on an island somewhere, I'd be forced to have to eat whatever I could find to sustain myself on an island, and a deserted island or something. What's a dish called kagang?
Pardon? What?
Kagang. Oh, kangkong. Kangkong. K-A-N-G. Kanglong. No, kangkong.
Kangkong is saan siya? Spinach.
Spinach? Spinach? Really? Oh, I'd have to see it. It's still up there. Alo's video. Dried fish stinks. Yeah, man. Well, you know what it is, man. You got to do what you have to do, and you're not going to like it. You don't. It's not meant for you to like. You're not in there supposed to be a pleasure palace, like he thinks he is with his fucking detention cell, with his fucking ice maker, his his monitors, his Xbox console, laptop, cell phone. Yeah, well, that's going to disappear. That'll disappear pretty soon. I'm not feeling sorry for the guy. He's vicious, man. He's just plain fucking vicious. He wants to fuck my life, fuck along with my life. I'm going to fuck back with him even more. That's just the way it works. Every time he puts on a show and knocks me, there's more evidence against him. I could use in the court of law another one, I mean, that's the way it is. I did a show the other day. I talked about everything served me on a silver platter. I got more evidence than I can know what the hell to do with. Mr. Istar says, bummer in Bicutan. Alo posted 2 videos praising Frank's accomplishments. Ms. Heminger says, Alo is just trolling. Alo is not your friend, Frank. I know that. What do you think? I don't know that? You think I don't know that after all these years? He's attacked me viciously so many times. Oh, he's never my friend. He never will be my friend. He's nobody's friend, not just me. He's nobody's friend. Yeah. I'm well aware of that. You don't have to tell me. But, like they say, it is what it is. Wherever it goes, and you handle it. He has to handle it his own way. I have to handle other things my own way. You got to do what you got to do. You got to go with the system. You got to go with the flow of the system. And if you could fight something, you fight it. If you can't, then, that's it. You got to do what you can. You got to drag it out and use every resource you have to make sure something doesn't happen. or use every resource you have to make sure something happens both ways, so to get the results that you want. They are amateurs, yeah. Frank, they have to try a lot harder to pull the one over you. Well, it kind of seems that way. They are amateurs. No, I'm just persistent. That's all. I'm consistent and persistent. That's the two words. There's more than that, actually. I'm tenacious. And I told you, when I set my mind to something, I make it up. That's it. There's no changing. It's either my way or fucking highway. That's it. They want to cooperate with me and do certain things you should do. Legal situations that we've talked about. He knows what I'm talking about. They didn't want to do it. Oh well, business as usual then. Take your punches with the court. Istor says, Frisbee is like the class clown in the 7th grade who is always in detention, never learns. Well, that's his problem. You would think he'd learn something from all this. But he hasn't learned one damn thing. What has he learned so far? In fact, in his own words, what did it teach me? What did it teach me? Didn't teach me anything. What do I got to learn? What did it teach me? Well, you're almost 2 years in detention. Well, that should teach you something. You got 5 counts of cybercrime against you. Cyber libel in Popeye, that's Libel, not liable, Liabla. I like to correct Popeye, the professor. It is what it is. Deal with it. Get yourself a damn good fucking lawyer. Damn good lawyer. But even so, the evidence is presenting itself. What's his defense? He doesn't have a defense. That's the beauty of it. He doesn't have a defense. They've seen him on camera, what he said. It's like this. You either did what you did, or you didn't do what you did. And if you did what you did, and the evidence was presented, there you go. Nothing much to give thought about. Did you do it, or did you do it? Okay, that's all. That's all. Accept it. But there's a lot of money being thrown on the side, I think, with some of these people. I think there's a lot of chicanery going on there. Do you know how many times that Frisbee was getting away with keeping his phone? Uh-huh. He had a warning from his death threats from the immigration in regards to his usage of his phone. He ignored it. He had other times people from immigration talked to him. He ignored it. He's got the manifest in there. He ignores it. He ignores it. And he seems to get away with a lot of this shit. How's he doing that? Well, this time I don't think he's going to get away with anything. That manifest was a real document. And that order was a real order of him going to... In fact, just, what was it, last night? The other day, I talked to my one of the attorney, his associate. I said, Barry seems to think that, he's not going to Bicutan, that his lawyer is going to deter that, solve all that shit. And he just basically told me in a few words, no, he said, an order is an order. That's what he said. Nothing more than that. So what happens if he goes to Bicutan? We won't hear from him? Likely not. Well, I don't know if that's true or not. You may have an hour of phone time a day. That's possible. But I would think he would want to spend it talking to his girlfriend, or for its proper use, maybe to his attorney. But he has the balls and the stupidity, even being in Bicutan, to go on his phone and do a Trash Frankie live stream. Oh, absolutely. I know he would. I know he would. He told you, he don't learn. He's got to find out for himself the hard way, and unfortunately he is finding out for himself the hard way. Can't get any harder than that. Going to fucking prison. The beauty of it, he's going to be in the right place. Because he's there just because they're going to do renovations in the other place. Well, I had a little bit something to do with that too. It's not just a renovation. come down pretty hard on immigration about his situation there and his death threats and everything else. Since he's not listening, he was stubborn. It is in part for that. It's a half and half thing. In part with my complaints, and in part the fact that they're tentatively whatever supposed to do a renovation there, and they would have to get him out of there anyway. So, yeah, I saw the order. In fact, it's on there right now. Isn't that my thumbnail right now? Isn't that on my thumbnail? I think it is. Part of the order, right there. You could read it right there in the thumbnail. Did I make that up? Did I write that up? No. It's an order, as my attorney said. It's an order. There you go. I didn't write that up. He was supposed to be in a prison well a long time ago. The paperwork was in. He was supposed to be transferred over a year ago, more, into one of the prisons. I forgot which one. He never did. And he never did. I don't know what happened. He said that immigration turned around and said, no, that's my puppy right here. It's our puppy. We're not sending him anywhere. Well, that's what he claims anyway. I don't know what happened with that. I have a paper somewhere here. Yeah, there's a real order for him to be transferred to a prison. This going back maybe a year and a half ago. Region 6. Frisbee is like an ant under a magnifying glass. Frank is the sun. Mr. Istor says, do you expect a backlash from YouTube community if Bumby goes to the big house? Backlash for what? What are they going to do? They're sending him there, for the most part. They're going to renovate the place. I'll take some responsibility on that, but unfortunately, I can't take full responsibility. I think it's the real deal, not Jay, but it's the real deal that they have to get these people out of there. So they have to put them somewhere. So, hey, I didn't do the crime, so I'm not doing the time. That's it. He did the crime. He has to do the time. It's pay time. There goes the siren. There's a prison siren. Probably can't hear it much in here, though. If I was standing outside, you would. Region 6 says, backlash, laughed my ass off. 10 years of trash talk. The worst that happened in the community was Fazio being slapped, and he literally begged for it. Yeah. Well, like I said, on that situation with Fazio, I was applauding what Ricky did, but when I look at it on a different level, it was pretty cowardice of Ricky to do that. Fazio was an older man, and he was not in shape to fight back, you know. I'll give Fazio that much, although it was pleasurable for me to watch this. I'm not going to lie about it. It was pleasurable. But on a legal level, no, it was not a good thing. And on a cowardice level, you know, picking on people older than you or smaller than you, is that a notch on your belt and you say you could kick a nearly 70-year-old man's ass? A notch on your belt and say, look at a He-Man I am. I kicked the shit out of this old man. People look at you and they say, coward. Someone like that couldn't fight back. He was out of shape. Of course, I'm different than Fazio was. I wasn't, you know, obese and as out of shape as he was in. I could defend myself, I'm sure, to a very good point, but Fazio couldn't do that. There was no way. That slap really exposed how weak Fazio truly was. Well, Fazio wasn't in good shape, man. Fazio wasn't healthy, man. His system was challenged with his that really toxic infection he had, and he was obese, and his breathing probably wasn't great. He waddled when he just wasn't in good shape. What he ate, everything he did. Michael says, the siren sounds like a prison chow time. Yeah. Well, we get this in the morning at 9. We get this at 12. We get this at 9 at night. Because they want to make a curfew for the kids, underage kids, to go in at night. They don't want them wandering the streets. The dogs hate. These dogs don't even react to it. But there's a kennel that's not too far away from here, actually. Rescued dogs, this and that, you know. Not that really far from here, really. And you could hear them going off. And you'll hear them going off at chow time, too. Not real loud for me, but you could hear him. It's only a couple blocks away. But when that siren goes off, you gotta understand, dogs' ears are really more sensitive than ours. Uh, Bad thing is Ricky still had to sneak up on Fazio. Yeah, it was a coward move. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I did. I did laugh when Ricky slapped him. I absolutely did. Made my fucking year. Fazio had it coming to him, but again, there's two. Sides of the coin here. There's a right and a wrong on everything, okay? It was great to see him get slapped over, but again, pick on somebody who could defend themselves because the perp in there, which was Ricky, was a much bigger man. Although he wasn't the best of health, he was a lot healthier than Fazio, I think, and a lot more agile. And, Ricky's got some big ass hands, big legs. If Ricky could have expenditure of energy, he could hurt somebody. He really could. But I don't think he has the endurance, though. But him, just a slap. He's got some big ass hands. A slap, but no, he didn't do anything to Fazio's hearing. Fazio was trying to make money, you know. Yeah. I like the part where Fazio was on the ground with the camera. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He was on his back in the dirt. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to call the police. And he just didn't shut up. Like a recording. A loop, a loop recording. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. You see, Ricky got lucky. 4 days in jail. Because he paid somebody off is what he did. That's how he got out of there, if you want to know. I'm sure of it. I'm 100% sure of it. I'm 125% sure of it. He paid some people off to get out of there. I'm sure of it. Fazio Lazio. It was like Jabba the Hutt. Well, Fazio's gone, so that's about it with him. A lot of people are gone. Ed Lippett's gone. Fazio's gone. Was it Jack Thompson's gone? The list is building up. There's others, For all I know, Roberto could be gone. I mean, the list is getting bigger and bigger. But I did mean what I say about Ricky, though, in all honesty. It's not a name-calling thing like he does with me. I'm being honest. I mean, any one of us could be on the list, But Ricky's situation, for sure. He's not healthy, man. He's far from being healthy. The only thing that keeps him alive is the fact that he's too cheap to take transportation most of the time. And he does this walking to SNR and other places. And he goes out with his camera, well, whatever country he's in, Thailand or here. He'll walk. That's the only saving grace that he has. The only saving grace. That's it. Oh, Fazio ain't alive. He's not alive. Some people think he went there on an exploratory mission. I think he had to do his exit. He went there to Vietnam. He didn't go anywhere. He didn't leave the place. My understanding, he just walked on the block. He didn't go far. But then he was feeling sick while he was there. Do you remember he said that he was feeling ill? I don't know if he had a virus or something was going on with him. He didn't feel good. Yeah. Seen a lot of photos of someone on a Vietnam medical site with a nose job that looks like Fazio. Oh, I've heard that. Health-wise, yes. No, Ricky is, no, all seriousness, Ricky is not in good shape. And you see all the medicines he showed, he didn't put a close-up on it, but he is on high blood, he has a big problem with that. I think he's diabetic, although he said he's not. He's at minimum pre-diabetic. And then he's having trouble with, I don't know, with his ankles. I mean, there's a lot of signs. Ricky once drank 5 drinks and nearly passed out, had to go to the hospital or something, And his drinking is definitely going to catch up with him because even one drink, what it does to your liver, and I'm not going to go into a big health show here, but it is partially one. But people don't really understand how alcohol immediately affects you. Okay, and he's always drinking something, and you see what he eats. There's nothing healthy about his lifestyle at all. There's his weight, his obesity is a main killer of him. You'll hear something someday, or you may not hear anything. Because how are you going to hear it? If Licky, passes on, I don't know how anybody would know about it. To be honest with you, how would they know? If I croaked, how would you know? Oh, I know. You think maybe you go to Fozzie, you go to my girlfriend's Facebook page. No, there would be nothing on there. I made orders to her, and I mean orders, absolute orders. I said, something ever happened to me, you don't mention nothing on your Facebook, and you tell your friends. Don't give any condolences or any crap like that, because people go, they find a way to her Facebook. That's why I tell her, anything important enough, put it on on the friends. Don't put it public. Yeah, that's how Barry got a hold of her children's Messenger or Facebook stuff. That's how he did that. Master Puppets, I'm sure he has a fatty liver. Oh, absolutely. There's no question about that. Soy protein bar. I don't eat soy protein bars. Master Puppet says, I'm sure he has a fatty liver and drinking isn't helping him out. Oh, absolutely. There's no question he has a fatty liver. Between the drinking and his diet. There's no question at all. Hamager, Aloe is kissing up to you, Frank, after he threw Popeye under the bus on the weekend. Oh, whatever, man. I'm so beyond this shit, really. As I said, I don't go on Discord, and I don't always check if Aloe has a show on. He's like one of the last people I check. He doesn't usually do much on there. Even a copycat channel is getting so boring. I used to get a laugh on there, go back and see what they recorded on me, but it's just getting old, man. It's just getting old. Even Popeye's little skits and shit, and he uses some of the same footage, and it's just boring. It's just boring. I appreciate anybody being creative. I love the arts, but try a little bit something different with your creativity. If these people would put it to something positive, who knows? They may come out with a great channel or something. Maybe you make a little money. Yeah. Ricky had over 20 prescription drug bottles on his dresser in Thailand. I saw that when he was, yeah. Hamager says it's all juvenile, isn't it, Frank? That's why you're the father of the community. You keep things grounded. No, I keep things grounded for myself. Like I said, you people don't help me out in any other way. I'm not jumping on you. I'm just telling you the truth, because that's what I do. Get mad at me or whatever you want. Jump fence, I don't care. You guys don't help me out on here. When I was monetized, you never helped me out with that either, did you? And you're really making reports to various legal agencies out here in regards to Barry and other people? No, you're not. So, I take you guys with a grain of salt. No offense, Mended, but it is what it is. Frank, you saved a lot of money with the free vitamins. Oh, I sure did. And by the way, I don't take all of that shit, only certain things. Today I took very limited. I don't take all that. Some of that could lead to oxalates and, of course, kidney problem. You can't, when I was doing that intravenous thing with the, what do you call it? There was too much vitamin C in there. That probably led to my kidney stone. Little I was thinking about that, at the time. But, yeah, I have to have my C every day. That's it, period. And I got to drink more lemon juice. We buy lemons, but I'm not drinking enough of it. And I'll be really honest with you, and I'll go get some water now. I've got a bottle right here. That's right. I got some, yeah. I need to be drinking a lot more water. I do not want to go to when I went through the kidney stone again. I just don't want to do that. No way. And most people don't. Well, I get on my girlfriend's ass. She's not drinking much water every day. I got eyes. I know when she's drinking water. I hardly see her drinking any water. And that pisses me off. It really does. Oh, I drink water. I said, you hardly drink that much. What do you drink? She'll have her coffee in the morning. She'll have some water with dinner or lunch or something, but that's all I see her drinking water. I don't see her putting a bottle by her side. I don't, you know, I really don't. But you can't force people to do something that they don't want to do. You love them. You want to take care of them. You want to give them good advice. But I've done that with my daughter. What did it get me? A fucking dagger in my fucking back. We try to help somebody. We try to offer advice, and they don't take it. You just say, fuck it. Don't take my advice. You're in control of your own body. It's just that maybe I care for you, and I don't want to see anything happen to you. Reduce the goddamn rice. Reduce this, reduce that. She eats a lot of vegetables, so that's good. I mean, she does eat a lot of vegetables. Yeah, some of those things are 40, 50 bucks each. I drink green tea every morning. I should drink more of it, though. More like 4 cups a day. I just drink 1 cup in the morning. And I kind of, doctor it up a little bit with some other stuff. Well, to a point, but that's not enough. I like spinach, and I got a big bag of, but spinach has a lot of oxalates in it. Look, what I went through, you don't want no oxalates. I mean, but I am eating stuff that does have oxalates that form in there, that form kidney stones. Oh, man, but you gotta eat something. What is she cooking? I smell something in here. You can't be perfect, man. It's hard to be perfect in your diet. If you ain't got much shit around the house because you didn't shop, and you find some treats around the house, I'll guarantee you're going to eat it. You gotta have a little satiate yourself. With me, what I normally do is there's nothing around the house at the time. I make a half a sandwich of peanut butter, just to kind of that word satiate yourself. For you want to feel full, you want to feel like you have something in your belly to get you by. And you'll eat whatever's around. There's nothing wrong with peanut butter. No, not in excess, but got good fats in there. And normally we have a big jug of peanuts. We have cashews. And every day, or if I can't afford the cashews at the time, or I thought the price was too much or whatever, I just buy regular, roasted peanuts or something. And every time I'll pass by it during the day, if I'm really hungry, I take a small handful of peanuts. And that gets me going. The same as a peanut butter. Out of the jar. Take a spoon. I pee a lot, man. God. You know what the funny thing is, though? My measurement of my prostate, it was not large. The last time I had an ultrasound, which was this year, she showed me, did you see that measurement? Okay. But the one thing that does happen with me, you take a piss, and it's an average stream, but after you think you've emptied your bladder, you really didn't empty it. Okay, I'm done. Then you put up your underwear, whatever, All of a sudden you feel a little drippage on your legs. What the fuck? I got drippage. What the fuck? Thought my prostate was fine. What you really got to do, stand there. What I do, I know there's going to be a little drippage. I'll take tissue and I'll wipe off. Guys have to give it that little wiggle, the famous little wiggle. The little wiggle and a little giggle. That doesn't always do the trick when you're 70 years old. It doesn't do the trick. No, it doesn't. Just last night, yeah, I went to, I wasn't wearing underwear, I was wearing my shorts, out, running around in shorts, Went to the bathroom, took a piss, and, I could swear I emptied out. Nothing wanted to come out, right? Okay, fine. It's all good. Put my pants up, and all of a sudden, I see some wet spots on it. I go, what the fuck? I wipe down, and it could have something to do with the urethra, because I think The combination of having that stone in there, a 9 millimeter stone, did some damage to the urethra, and then having that stent in there for a couple of months. Uh huh. You go, girl. Yeah, that probably had something to do. And then, not to mention, they took that freaking jackhammer shit, these vibrations to break up the stone. You don't think that did some kind of damage in there? I'd say it did. I would say it did. No, I'm not really incontinent in that way. It just happens now and then. You think you're peeing all the way. You're in a rush. You're in a rush to get away from. Then you realize there's a couple of drips in there. Oh, I thought I finished peeing. Well, apparently you didn't. But I would not be surprised, that with having these procedures done, that that didn't do something.
You do make bowl. I don't know what you mix.
You're making the meatballs?
Yeah, I just put in air fryer.
I don't know. I don't know about those meatballs. I have a way of doing it. I got hungry the other day and I took these frozen meatballs and I boiled it in the microwave. And you can see all that fat coming out of there, guys. Understand what you eat, Jack. You want to live a lot longer, you want to be comfortable with your health, you're going to have to concentrate a little bit on your diet. That's the bottom line. In fact, they have pads for a bed. No, I don't wet my bed, Mrs. Heminger. Thank you for the advice. I don't wet my bed. I never even wet my bed as a child. I'm not incontinent. I don't call a couple of trips incontinent. But I'll let you know. Promise. If it becomes more than a few trips, I'll come right on and advertise it. You guys are being assholes right now. Waterproof. I don't wet my bed. Bye. You're insulting me. You're absolutely insulting the man. You are insulting me. What an insult. Boy, bring up something. You'll fly with it, won't you? You certainly will. There we go. Okay, what else? What else, folks? I'm just too much of in a rush when I take a pee. I think I'm emptied out, and then I'm not. That's what it is. You give it the little wiggle, you give it the little jiggle, there's always something that comes out. It's like sex. There's always a little jizz that comes out after. That's why you gotta be careful. Oh, Elsie agrees. That's why you think you're having safe sex with your girlfriend, not gonna get her pregnant? Oh, you want to do the pull-out system. Timing game, right? No. If your juice is powerful, buddy, it only takes one sperm. Be careful. One sperm. Well, I don't wet my bed, thank you very much. And if it came down to that, I would wear pads. Well, Ed Lippett did. He admitted that, Ed Lippett. He used to wear a diaper because he was incontinent. It happens. It happens. I'm not ready for that yet. I'm on 2% here. All right, guys, I'm going to have to get off here, okay? I'm on 2% battery, and it's lunchtime. I got to... She made these meatballs. I don't know, man. I don't know. I got to be strong about this. No, we haven't had any good shopping around here. Only when we go to Cebu. And we get our local shit around here, you know. I mean, I eat all the vegetables, this and that. You know what I eat. I eat a hell of a lot of beans, which is absolutely great for you. But man, you got to gas up light a match around me sometimes. Forget about it. I'd blow up, probably. I'll give it another 5 minutes on here. What else am I going to cover? I'm on 2% here, dear. Frank is running on 2%. I might be only running on 2%, and I don't mean my battery in the phone. Every few years, that's a sign to come. What do I think? What do you think you're eating that is causing... Oh, gosh. It could have been too many years of vitamin C, according to the amount that was taken. There's foods that cause, there are foods that are loaded with oxalates. There's a whole list on there on Google. I mean, go out and eat grass, that's what it comes down to. Go out and eat grass. There'll probably be a problem with that too, likely. I'm looking it up about it now, and it's hard to say what could cause it. Well, I know it didn't help as when I was getting those IV things, which had, 10,000 milligrams of vitamin C in it. That didn't help.
I don't believe it.
You don't believe what?
IV.
And the IV thing?
Yeah, because if you have a kidney stone already, so you have a kidney stone.
No, that didn't help, though. I mean, then we were only doing that for several months, but still, and only once a week. Well, it was 2 times a week at one time. Then it went down to 1 a week. Then we stopped. And, oh yeah, that amount. Oh yeah, in combination with certain foods, yeah, that'll cause it. Apparently, they could be caused by different types. Some are caused by phosphates. Well, there's different kinds of stones, calcium-based, and there's other based. The most common one is kind of like a calcium type of, yeah. It's no fun, I'll tell you that. Gilda knows what I went through. Damn, she knows. The whole process sucked. You'd have to have a catheter after your... I had to go in a couple of times in the operating. They didn't do shit the first time. 2 times. Had to go in there. At great cost, too, I might add. Go in there the first time. And the first time was... what did they do the first time?
They put the stain.
Huh?
They put stain in your...
The first time I went in, they put a stent, right? So he examined, and he finds that there was a stone. Oh, I know what the problem was. Okay. The problem was that the stone was all the way the top of the urethra Franklin, ureter, toward the kidney. And they couldn't reach it. Normally, he would have went in there during that operation, and what he would have done, he would have took care of the stone right then and there. Follow me? Okay, but it was so far up there. So what he did was, he put a stent in there to open up the ureter to try to help for the flow of that stone to make passage, but also realizing the size of the stone, had to go back a second time to actually do a procedure. Now, the procedure, of course, was to, and the stent was in there. The procedure was to use that I forgot what it's called again. It's vibrations to break up the stone. And it did. He showed me the screen. He says, you see this? That white spot in there, whatever? No, the black spot. That's your kidney stone. So he monitored during the process. It took an hour or more. And they put water base underneath you, Okay, so then he shows me, see? Remember that? That's it's gone. So it breaks up into small pieces that might not be too visible on the screen, and usually you'll piss it out. And I did piss out later on some small. I got one right here. I showed. And you'll piss out some of those stones. A few of them came out later on. But did it add up to a 9mm stone? I don't know. And sometimes the particles are so small that it'll come out in your urine. You don't even know it's there because it can be reduced to stone to powder. And you may not see the small particulates. Okay, hemorrhager. 24-hour urine collection to see what other kidney. Yeah. Let's see. I've never seen urine collection results when the patient made stones only because of the low urine volume. I'm not saying it doesn't happen worldwide, but I have not seen it after looking at 1,000. This doctor is saying water consumption alone is not the reason they form. Oh, it's not the only reason, but picture this. You got I don't know, a gutter spout. Okay. And there's sediment that, comes off your gutter with a little bit of water. Maybe you haven't had rain for, there's a crazy comparison, but that's all I can think of at the moment. Okay. If your kidneys are dry, okay, and you're not, kidneys are getting rid of the toxins, okay? So if you don't have a good flow of water in your system, you're not going to flush out the toxins, okay? And what happens is they become into sediment. They form in your kidney and they become stones, okay? And according to where they're located, because I did have one in the kidney too, but that was dissipated. But it's when you get something that accumulates and you need the extra water to flush out your system. That's what it is. Tea will decrease kidney stones risk when drunk in moderation, 2 cups per day. When drank, okay. When drunk, okay. No, it's not the only reason they form, but it is a vital reason why they form, because you're not flushing out your system. In fact, Gilda, I was just talking a minute ago about you and how I barely ever see you drinking water unless you have your coffee, because that's made of water, but that ain't good enough. At dinner time, you have a little cup of water. That's it.
I just go out to drink.
You don't drink a lot of water. You don't.
Why? I assure you when I drink, I call you to...
Sweetheart, we're around each other almost 24 hours a
Why?
day.
Yeah, you always say
I'm very
that.
observant.
Yeah.
I'm very observant.
I'm not telling you when I drink.
No, I never see you drink. You are not. I will
Why can't you
definitely.
say me?
I will tell you that you're not drinking enough. Look, I love you. I care about you. You need to drink more water as well as I need to.
Yeah.
In fact, I got a bottle right here. I'm going to be drinking more as I talk. I just had it. Where is it? I'll have to find it again. Yeah. It's imperative. Your whole body is made out of 70% water, man. All your organs. If I had my drinking water tested, no, I get those 5-gallon things here. But I'd rather drink out of a bottle, I don't know if I could trust it any more than that. Well, my body's pretty resistant to any bacteria, apparently, because that's what we drink it from. The only thing I don't like is that they don't give us back the same containers, and I don't know what they've been through. We noticed some different, those 5-gallon ones, we put it on a dispenser, and I've noticed that our 5-gallon jugs are not always the same. And all they do is they throw it on a cart and they mix it with everybody else, and you wind up with somebody else's water. Now, I don't know what that's been through. And the other thing is the water you're getting from these dispensaries, they use a filter system, and they're doing the right thing. I know what they use. I know the system, carbon filters and all that stuff. But they're doing the same thing that the Calendaria stands do. They're using the same oil for a long period of time. And these filters cost money. It is not cost effective for a water dispensary place, store, to change those filters when they're supposed to. You're going to get cryptosporidium in there. You're going to get all kinds of bacteria. They're not cleaning, they're not replacing their filters. They're trying to keep their profit margin way up there. That's what they do here in a third world country. They want to save on money, but it's not helping you out. And your best bet, if you want to go through all that crap, is to boil all the water that comes in, but that's a hassle. What are you going to do? Replace it? Put it all, boil 5 gallons of water, then put... No, you're going to hope and pray that if you're a praying man, that, that they've cleaned their filters. They got to do it now and then. But it's not what you think. It looks impressive, all the machinery they got in there, right? Looks impressive. Yeah, I could see the different systems. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, filter for this. They got a carbon system. But if you don't change... Look, I lived in Hawaii, and I had a water tank. I had a 10,000 gallon tank, and it all came from rainwater from the roof. We had, I should have had more than 2 filters. I had a filter system. The water would run through that. The pump would run the water through to my sink and everything else, you know. And these filters, you had a carbon. I put a carbon in there as a secondary filter, second stage. And I would put, for the first stage, it would be how many, yeah, okay. The way it worked, okay. I had the carbon, but, and you'd see, when you didn't change these filters, how black they'd get. Blacker than shit. As the ace of spades. You don't want to wait to that point. So that was an expense we had every month. You had to filtrate that water. And you also had to chlorinate that water, which I did do, despite what the tenants said, the punk-ass motherfuckers. I chlorinated that water every single month. 2 ounces of, all you needed was household bleach. 2 ounces of household bleach per how many gallons of your tank was. So if it's 10,000 gallons, it was 2 ounces per 1,000 gallons. 2 ounces per 1,000 gallons. That's what we did every month. Yeah, they'll say it's distilled, Frank, but it isn't distilled. Yeah. Bad for you since it takes out the minerals. That's the problem, too. Now, I'm going to tell you, though, something good. When I lived in Hawaii, see, we didn't drink that catchment tank water. Of course not. We showered with it. We cleaned dishes, but we always used antibacterial soap for my body and for the dishes. But we did drink spring water. We did. Because we had these outlets off the highway scattered. There were spigots there, you know, and what it was spring water. And they had a big ass 200,000 gallon catchment tank down the highway. They would pump this water from the ground and it went through minerals. It was mineral water. So we'd go there and we'd fill up our jugs. This is the water that we drank. We did not drink tap water. That's for goddamn sure. We get cryptosporidium or something. But there's shit that comes off the roof that goes into your catchment tank. Bird shit, you know, bird piss, maybe even rat piss. We know a guy that got cryptosporidium. He almost died. And he was living, he didn't build his house yet. He was living under a tent structure. And he had a 100-gallon metal, you know, tank that collected water that came off the damn roof of his tent. But he had rats crawling around on there. And the rats, that's where you get it from. You get from their rat piss. You're going to get cryptosporidium, a rat lung disease, whatever you want to call it. And he was sicker than a dog. He thought he was going to die. So you have to filter your water, and you have to chlorinate it. So when my tenants were giving all that bullshit, saying that the tank was horrible and dirty, they were full of fucking shit. I mean, I lived there. I had to use that water to bathe in and to wash dishes in and do my laundry. I always chlorinated that water. Every single fucking month. Every single month. I changed my filters. I don't know when the last time I ever had tap water. You know any time I ever had tap water? Seattle. You were able to drink your tap water there. Not in Hawaii, and certainly not here. I found that out the hard way at a hotel one time. But no, you're right. And they don't. Everything is saving a fucking peso. From oil at the Colandadias to the stations that distribute this water, they don't clean their filters. So yes, but a lot of the water that we use, we boil it. We're using it for cooking. But yes, to be honest, I do, majority of the time, use that water, not the sink water. I use that water that gets delivered to us. So that's what I use as drinking water. Now, I make tea with it. That's good because I'm boiling it. But I do drink water. I put it in a bottle to drink. And I never said it was safe.
Drink.
Oh, after all this talk, you went and drank
Hey,
some.
no,
Whoa,
I'm
there
just
you go.
joking.
There you go.
I'm not drinking. I'm just
Yeah,
joking.
yeah, leptospirosis. Thank you. He had leptospirosis, this guy. No, I plugged it in the phone. That's why, Mrs. Hemminger. I got it plugged in. I don't understand why you can drink tap in Hawaii. No, I'm saying you can't drink tap water in Hawaii. No, the opposite. Well, not certainly in what you might call here the provinces, but the small towns. But the great thing was, and that's why I got to drink more mineral water, actually. And, here's a little suggestion, too. It's only one thing you do. Besides buying, like, Pocari Sweat or drinking Gatorade. What you do is you take a little bit of sea salt and put it in your glass of water or your bottle. You want to put bottled water, you want to chill it out, put it in the refrigerator. Put a little bit of that in there. At least you're getting some sodium that you need on there. But yeah, we are all being deprived of minerals. If we're drinking that water from the dispensaries that deliver the water, we're not getting it. She's not getting it. I'm not getting it. We're not getting enough. So I may just turn this thing around now that we're talking about this and trying to find more mineral water to drink. It means an extra expense, and that's what it'll be. But no, you're not getting the minerals from there. Absolutely not. No, you got to have a little salt. I don't add salt to my foods. I never do. It's very rare. Sometimes I'll add a little salt to my oatmeal, just to give it a little flavor. Hardly ever. Hardly ever. The only thing I've done with salt is I mouthwashed with it, but gargled with it. But no, normally me and salt, we don't go together, but I'm going to have to get more sodium in my system and potassium. If you live it in the tropics, you're going to have to do that. Get with the program, man. You're losing. When you sweat, you're losing all these minerals. You're losing all that shit, man. That's why you could get a heat stroke or something, or, when you sweat, man, you think it's leaving your body. You need to replace it. Yeah, well, it's not a perfect world, Miss Heminger, chocolate having that, Spinach has it. Even the Brussels sprouts I like to eat has it. You can't get totally away from it. So the best thing you could do is another thing, too, with your water. Add lemon to your water every day. And I try to buy lemons all the time, and I do try to squeeze some water in there. Is it extra expense? Yeah, but do I do it as often as I should? No. There's a lot of things I don't do often as I should. I'm not perfect. But when I think about it, put my mind to it, I'll do it, and try to get back on track. Like, did I do the exercise? I told you, I'm not perfect. I do it, and I should do more. I just don't feel like doing anything like that. I generally do something, even if it's just the 45-degree push-ups that try to do 100 or more a day and try to get the walking in. But remaining stagnant is what kills you. Chocolate girls, Hemi. Oh, I have so much chocolate, I'm surprising I don't get stones. It's the stones, man. It's the stones. It's stones. It gets the best of the people when they least expect it. You get hit with stones, it's big enough, you're going to know it, pal. Oh, you're going to know it. You're going to feel a pain on the flanks of your back. And you think somebody's stabbing you with a dagger. Oh, yeah. You think I'm exaggerating this? I assure you. I'm not exaggerating anything. That's what it feels like. It hurts. Don't get the stones. Flush your body with water. Not too much. They say 2.5 liters to 3 liters. That's kind of hard to do. But try to drink as much as you can. In fact, I'm going to, just talking about this, I'm going to go drink more water. In fact, I have to buy more lemons. I'm going to have to make more lemonade. No sugar added, by the way. Gonna have to. Now that we're talking about this, you're making me think. It's hard. It's not a good thing when you make me think.
Still have lemon.
He still does. You had a lemon left?
Yeah.
Frank, you're like the Mick Jagger of the community. But I don't get no satisfaction in here. I can't get no satisfaction. But I tried, and I tried, and I tried, but I can't get no satisfaction.
Meron ka doon?
I
Meron ka doon?
gotta see what I'm gonna eat now. She made these damn frozen meatballs. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can do it. You know, I'll mix it with broccoli, make something good out of it, but I'm gonna have to take those meatballs and put them in a microwave, and you watch what comes out of it. Shit, I could even show you. Maybe another show. I'm gonna show you another show, what's going down your body. Just take any of your meats from a steak or anything. Good. Do me a favor. Put leftovers in the refrigerator for a couple of hours, overnight. And see all that white gooey stuff that forms in there? That's fat, bro. Picture your arteries being clogged with that son of a bitch. That's exactly what's happening. Yeah. That's what's happening to your arteries. Well, Osborne had to retire, man. That guy's in bad shape. He was good, though. I gotta say, he was talented, man. What concerts? I've never seen that many in my life. My brother's seen a lot of concerts, and he's like, I've never seen a lot of concerts. I've seen them after the fact, when they played at clubs and stuff, you know, when they weren't as popular on the road. I mean, in a big concert. That's what I've seen. Some, you know, I've seen, you know, even a club in Seattle. I've seen a few bands there, and it's like after the fact kind of thing, you know, kind of a secondary earthquake and aftershock type thing, you know, where I didn't see them in a big concert status when they were big time on the road, but I see them in other venues, smaller venues, you know. Okay, gotta go, guys. All right, guys, it's been a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. But I gotta go. I got a lot of the day left. I gotta do something. Oh, man. I gotta figure what to eat. That's another thing. Should I eat the meatballs or what? What did you do with those meatballs? In the air fryer?
Yeah.
Yeah, go look at the. I'm gonna show you this guy. I'm
Look at what?
gonna show you this guy. The paper that you put it on the air fryer. I got 2%. I want you to take a look at this. If it's, let me see what she got over there. Oh, we got the meatballs in the dish. You go with what? Okay, let's look at the air fryer. Where did she put that paper? Okay, it's right here. You ready for this, folks? Here. Look. She put a bunch of meatballs in the air fryer. Look. Look. Watch. Look. That's just going in your fucking arteries, folks. Take a good look. Take a look. Look. This is saturated. It's saturated. Only in the form of tomato, sauce or something, but no. I eat the lycopene instead. I take lycopene supplement. Did you see that shit that came out of here, man? Look how saturated this paper is. Look. Who says that? Look. Look. What do you think that is? That's going to your fucking arteries, Jack. And what do you got in here, boys? Oh, you're making some kind of a... Yeah, not for me. Frank, wouldn't that be something if Popeye joins forces with you? Yeah, right. Then we got these frozen meatballs. What am I supposed to do with this? These little babies frozen meatballs. Look. I can see, look, even on there. Look, I can see the oil still on there. Look at that. I just ate it. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a meatball sandwich out of this. That's what I do. I used to do that back in New York. My father would make meatballs, everything, you know. I'd make a meatball sandwich out of it. That was my meal. Yeah, here we go. Carbs. Not perfect, Frank, is it? Carbs. Carbs. Throw some meatballs in here. There you go. There's my lunch. There's my lunch. Squash some meatballs in here. There you go. There's my lunch. Something, huh? No mayonnaise, no nothing. There's my lunch. We didn't prepare for lunch today. We didn't buy shit today. I smashed it a little bit. That's what I used to do. Make it spread out. Huh? Am I creative or what? Yeah, who knows what they're made out of? Rat meat or something. Mostly cholesterol and saturated fat. There you go. There's my lunch. Didn't plan for lunch today. There you go. There's my lunch. All right, guys. I'll have a better dinner tonight, though. Bye bye. And the way I think is radically different from him. He doesn't see any wrong that he's done. He doesn't want to admit to any wrong because he's too cocky. Talk about a narcissist. This guy makes a narcissist look tame. I mean, it's a combination of narcissism and being cocky and stubborn and in denial, all in one package. Until he actually sees himself in a 40-degree prison somewhere, laying on a fucking floor because he's a newbie, having to eat food that he can't eat and don't want to eat, and his girlfriend can't visit him very often because it's 500 miles away, and he can't use his phone anymore. Then he's going to realize, I really fucked up. I fucked up big time. Big time. In a Pope's robe. Yeah, there you go. Befitting. Very befitting. Yeah, I'd like to see that. Very befitting. The high roaders. Yeah, the hell they are. High roaders. Holy rollers? No, there's definitely not. There's some of the biggest criminals on here, man. Oh boy, how'd they go behind your back, though? Yeah, that was kind of bullshit when Mick came over under the pretense of something else, you know. But hey, man, I got a free fucking breakfast out of it or whatever else. I'm not complaining. I got something out of his visit. I didn't ask him to buy me anything. I think it's, I don't know, he might have even paid for the dinner we had over at the Lagoon. Thank you, Mick. I appreciate it. We're good people when it comes to that, you know. I appreciate it. Gilda, even the kids, I think he might have paid for that. Thank you, Mick. I appreciate it. Did you get the information you needed, Mick, though? I mean, that's really important to me. I got to make sure you got the right information. You made a proper evaluation of me. That's important to me, too. Yeah. But thank you, Mick, for the kindness that you showed. Yeah. I just laugh at Mick because he's everything he doesn't present himself to be. That's my opinion. Yeah. He's no different than any troll on here. He's no different. He's no different than Big Ego or any other people on here. Popeye, Don C. He's no different. They're, you know. It's more than just friends. Ister says, is it more than just friends with Yads? I don't know. You ask him that. And we got the shill in here, but he's going to be gone because you don't deserve to be in my chat. I'm not going anywhere, Jay, but you might. You presented that paperwork on camera, which was false documentation, and it's been recorded. I know you took the show off. Maybe I'll put it on later so you don't believe me. You're not in a good position, Mr. J. Yeah. Aborigine. The white-skinned Aborigine. That's not an insult. I have nothing against Aborigines. I have nothing against Aborigines. Say hello to Jay, folks. Yeah. Yeah, lives at home with his mommy. What does that say about you, Jay? And what does that say about you boxing naked in a shower with a fucking dildo on the shower wall? What does that say about you? What does that say about you with your hand up in the air holding a cigarette like a femme fatale? I mean, what does that say about you, dude? It says a lot about you. And you do definitely have seizures. You had a seizure that time on camera. You absolutely did. That's what it's called. It's called a seizure. Then he says that he never takes medications, but then Obama came on one day. He said, no, he didn't have a seizure. It had to do with a reaction to his medications. Well, that was a seizure. But he says that Jay's not on any medications, but then he turned around and said Jay was on medications. Which is it? The same thing with Barry. Someone hit it on the head. He can't classify it. A stick, a rock, a beer bottle. Which is it? Which is it? Which is it? Flapping like a fish out of water. Yeah, he was. Stillman has poor genetics, Regent says. Yeah, she has squinty eyes, man. It's almost like he's not looking. His eyes are so squinty. Squinty eyes, squinty eyes. It is what it is. Either he has squinty eyes or he's not. Is that a fact or fiction? Am I saying something wrong? He's got squinty eyes. And he looks like he comes from an Aboriginal background. Now, maybe I like the Aboriginal people. You ever think about that? I'm saying nothing bad about the Aboriginal. I'm just saying he looks like he comes from an Aboriginal background. His genetics tied in there somewhere. That's all I'm saying. Not a bad thing. Yeah, he's definitely beady-eyed. Yeah, from my observation, yeah, that would be correct. You can't trust somebody with beady eyes. I've always grown up with that thought. They got beady eyes. No, you can't trust them. What am I having tonight? Oh, I'm going to have a piece of steak. I felt like pizza tonight, but I've been a bad boy lately with some stuff I've eaten. Something I had today and yesterday. But I still had a lot of vegetables and Brussels and this and that and broccoli, so I guess that's good. I don't know. Small piece of meat. Have some taters with it and some vegetable. It was when he was living with Barry over in Minganilla. They like pretty much lived together. They shared women together, all that shit. Now, they admitted that. They admitted that. Yeah. And he was on camera when this happened or something. I wish I had that. That one I don't have. But he just went into some kind of a shock or seizure of some sort. Of course, not being a medical doctor, but I could say you could still call it a seizure what happened to him. He was on the floor shaking around, so I guess that's a seizure. I would imagine so. But he said he didn't have that. And Barry turned around and said he didn't have that. But there was some rumor about him taking quite a bit of money out of Jay's pocket, too. Now, of course, we can't prove that, but that was brought up. Jay denies it, of course, because he doesn't want to look bad. That bummer took advantage of him. Yeah, he was. Speaks volumes of Jay's character that he was a roommate with Bummer. Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. Yeah. And they went out with girls together. They've had sex with them 3 ways, all kinds of shit. Is what Barry said. And what Jay said, both of them said that. So it's not my words. Don't shoot me. I'm just a messenger. Oh, yeah. I heard a few other things, too, that I can't talk about on here because that could be very illegal. But I would like to say that I know only because I can't prove it. But I know some truth about something that happened. Oh, yeah. Big time. Big time. Between both of them, really. Yeah. Jay said Bummer got someone Netflix account and he kept watching the movie. Yes. He kept watching the movie Cuties over and over again. That's a pedo documentary. You are absolutely fucking correct. You are right on the nose. I would have not have remembered that. Thank you very much. Jay's the one that admitted that he kept on watching the movie Cuties. What does that tell you? Without me saying any words, because I'm not going to say any words. You make your own conclusion with that. If you know what Cuties was all about, then you'll understand what I'm talking about. This is what I understand about the movie. It was a pedo documentary. Yeah. Thank you, Regent. Thank you. Yeah. Right from his roommate's mouth, too. Right, Jay? Did you sit there and watch it with him, too, Jay? I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. And don't forget him snorting powdered sugar lines on the live stream. Yeah. I remember that, too. Who knows it wasn't the real thing? I don't know. Well, anyway, you have to be a dummy anyway to snort sugar anyway. That goes right to your fucking brain sugar. I mean, you know what happens if you snort sugar? That is one of the dumbest things I've heard. Just to put on a show, he snorted sugar. Or whatever it was. I don't know what it was. Could have been the real thing. Jay's kind of a dark character, understand it. He's kind of a dark character by his own demonstration. Yeah, I forgot all about that too, man. They're not, those two are quite characters, let me tell you, man. They had some adventures together. Oh, they had some adventures. Now he's attacking Gigante, because Gigante was his buddy. Now Gigante's against him, and he's been attacking Gigante. He's still trying to kiss up the Big E. He's desperate. He's desperate for money. But like I said, there ain't no amount of money that's going to help him out of this situation. Unless he bribes somebody. If he did something like that, maybe. And that's maybe what he's trying to do, but I can't really say. I'm not saying he hasn't done it already with his girlfriend's report. I have no idea what happened behind the scenes. We could come to our own conclusions on that, but I can't prove it. But how they accepted that particular report is beyond me. And I've read it 10 times. Yeah. There's something fishy going on there, I'll tell you that right now. Oh, yeah. But yeah, Bummer and Jay, they go back a long time, man. They've been through some women, let me tell you that. They've been through some women. I can say something else what they've been through, but I won't. They've been around the corner and back. They've been around the block and back. Oh, they sure have. Jay's got stories to tell if he really wanted to come out with it and tell. I've heard a few from Jay himself from me on Messenger. Oh, yeah. And I talked to him on a voice thing, too. He's told me a few things. Oh, yeah. Sure he has. Yeah, there is something fishy, and it isn't Ruby G. Or Ruby G. Well, it all comes out in the wash. We got 6 more days till the trial. And I think I'm going to get to be doing my testimony. And it's going to be good. Because I got something to say beyond the questions my lawyer's going to be asking me. It's not long. I got it written out for the judge. Oh, yeah. He's not coming out of that courtroom unscathed. Oh, yeah. So he better show up in person, stop being a coward. Face me head on, face the judge head on. Don't hide behind the fucking Zoom. Get your ass in fucking court, man, where it belongs. I show up every single time. He could show up too. If he's got nothing to hide, show up. Say what he needs to say. But that's the problem. It's not his trial. He's not going to be able to say right now anything he needs to say. And he thinks he's going to continue with that plead guilty shit. It's not accepted. He don't understand it. He didn't do it under the proper protocol, legal protocol. I told you the lawyer has to go through this. He has to agree to lawyer, she or he. And there has to be a motion put in to file for a guilty plea. They didn't do any of that. He went against his lawyer while his lawyer fired his ass. Threw him to the curb. I don't need this shit. You're not going to cooperate with me. I'm not going to represent you. That's what happened. Bummer said in the stream tonight that he will show up in person. Of course, it's his mouth moving. Well, I want him to show up in person. I want him to be in that courtroom. I want him to feel the vibes in that courtroom, not through a Zoom lens. I want him to feel the vibes in that courtroom, for sure. Oh, yeah. Eister says, high probability at court. First thing Goober says, I'm guilty. It don't matter. It's got to go through the proper channeling. It has to be approved by the lawyer. And there has to be a plea type of agreement with my lawyer and approved by the judge, such as plea bargaining, if any. I have a feeling the judge is going to make an example of him at the end of this trial. I think he is, because there's a lot more things that are reaching the judge's desk these days, okay? The manifestation said a lot on it, really, when you think about it and read that. And other things that were turned in. Copies of that, anything legal having to do with him will go through the court system from the DOJ and immigration. Everything has to go through the Toledo RTC. They have to have copies of everything. And the fiscal, the guy that stays there every day, that's his job. He's a lawyer. He's a prosecutor. He's the one that gathers this information, presents it to the judge and all that. He's a prosecutor is what he is. He's the court prosecutor. My lawyer is a lawyer, and he's also a prosecutor. But this is a prosecutor of the courtroom. He prosecutes. He reads the evidence, and he puts this information and suggestions to the judge. He reads this material. He gets a hold of this material that's sent to the regional trial court. Believe me, I've sent stuff too, besides my lawyer. He's the one that makes a judgment for the judge, basically, in a sense. Okay, man, I got to run and buy some supplies. I got to go. It's too bad we have 25 people here. It's been a pleasure. Barry, straight up, man. Straight up, dude. You got a long journey ahead of you. And I wouldn't hold your breath about your girlfriend's case. That hasn't happened yet. And like I said, even if they agreed with her bullshit report, her lies, I've got avenues. And whether you want to believe it or not, I don't give a shit. Do you hear me stressing out about it? I come on my show, I'm singing, I'm doing all kinds of shit. I'm fine, man. Okay. Let's not forget this. We were talking about prostate glands and all this other shit today. I said, that's all you got, Barry? So Frank pees his pants. Frank pees his pants. Well, when you don't fully empty your bladder, there might be something left over if you're kind of in a rush. A lot of guys have a little excess wee-wee. Go smell your underwear next time, Barry, but that's right, you can't afford underwear. There's always a little leakage. Even a little gist after you have sex, Barry. Did you ever figure that out? There's always a little something there, Barry. Have you ever noticed that? Or do you have none because you said you had a vasectomy? Oh, he did say he had a vasectomy, didn't he? Do you know why he said he had a vasectomy, guys? Do you know why? So if he gets a girl pregnant, he can say, it wasn't mine. It wasn't mine. I had a vasectomy. But yet he was talking about having children with his girlfriend and his last girlfriend. So how do you have children if you have a vasectomy? I don't think that could be done. Okay, I'm out of here, man. You enjoy your time. Thanks for the dialogue, and I don't know if I'm going to eat first and then go to the store, or I don't know. Decisions, my friends, decisions. Got to take the meat mobile. I think so. Greetings, salutations, and thank you. It's been an interesting day. Unfortunately, Bummer's show was one big flop again. He don't know what to talk about anymore. He's feeling the heat. Wait till he gets there. He's going to feel the heat when they put him on the top bunk where heat rises. Woo, baby. Heat's going to rise. Heat's going to rise. Oh, his girlfriend's coming over to collect some of his stuff. Shh, don't tell anybody. Yeah, I'd like to see how she's going to visit him. Visit him all the way to Manila. Huh? Huh? Oh, but you want me to be there with you, don't you? You really, really. That's going to take a lot of effort, I'll tell you that right now, brother. And I'll tell you what, you wouldn't want me there. I assure you. I assure you, son, boy, you wouldn't want me around there at all. Because, the Muslims and the Filipinos are going to know the truth about you. Because I'm going to have the recording on my phone. So I'm supposed to be able to have the phone an hour a day? Well, son, suppose I make use of that phone. What do you think about that, son? What do you think about that? What do you think about that? But if they really want to punish him, well, they give you the top bunk where the heat rises, where you sweat your ass off, droves of sweat dripping all over the mattress. It's going to be good. Oh, by the way, Aloe, I liked your video. That was funny. Mr. Confidence. Well, we're going to see how confident you are when that judge sentences your ass to the famous Bicutan. And then we're going to call you Bicutan Bummer. Good luck with that. Now, the unlikely chance I get to be your cellmate there might be something to look forward to. If that ever happened, it's going to be a good old time. Good old time. Talk to the Muslims, talk to the Filipinos, and talk to the Chinese. Oh, they could be crazy. Get a big guy in there, Chong Mao. Get Chong Mao in there. See what Chong Mao's going to do. Ooh, the Thrilla in Bicutan. Ooh. Well, if you hear the roosters, it must be morning. I was thinking twice about whether I felt like doing a show this morning, but I took an excerpt. If you go see the short I just did, and it was of Mr. Barry Jordan, of course. And what was he doing again? Yeah, you guessed it. Digging away. The short is of him calling the judge dumb, and basically the system too, but also accusing the judge of taking bribes as a statement that me and my lawyer are, in his words, greasing the palm of the judge. Wow. That's heavy. That's some heavy shit, man. I think my clearest, believe me, when I get up in the morning after a night's sleep and When I put these videos on, I'm reflecting things I've actually heard from this guy, and it's not the first thing I think of when I get up in the morning. But I like putting together different clips because, and you don't need someone to be on camera necessarily, like people think all the time. If it's been established that the person is that person by their voice and also seeing them on camera too, having the audio, it correlates and you can use it. Um, One of the reasons that I record this is because I know he will take his videos off, but I'm always a step ahead of him every time. And one way or the other, these recordings will be utilized in court at some point or another, either during my testimony or whatever. But and I will not stop recording him if I feel it's necessary. As I said, I have so much evidence on this guy, I don't even know what to do with it. You think I'm exaggerating, but I'm really not. But I'll choose the best evidence I can to make my case. And you can't expect, or he can't expect to plead with the judge. Oh, I'm sorry what I did. I was wrong, and I'm going to plead guilty. Okay. It's one thing, he's attacking me and this and that, but when he starts attacking the system, that works against him. When he starts attacking the judge, the very person that makes the decisions for his future, I don't think that's really a wise idea. I just don't. Correct me if I'm wrong, but, I just don't think that's a great idea. So far, everything he's done. You know everything he's done, but he has attacked the U.S. Embassy. He has attacked everybody at the Department of Immigration, right? He's attacked my lawyers. He's attacked the judge. The whole system, really. The whole system. Who hasn't he left out? He's attacked the Filipino people and their culture. He's attacked the Muslim, and then he says, I'm a Hamas supporter because I said that it wasn't a great idea to attack Muslim people. So I'm a Hamas. That's a great one. I'm a Hamas supporter because I stood up for the Muslim people. I have nothing against Muslims. Done nothing wrong to me. But the point being made is that he's constantly on the attack of everybody. And I understand how bitter he is by nature, but I think even with that bitterness, it has to be toned down to some degree, but a little late for that because historically throughout this case, historically actually throughout his live streams, this man has consistently, well, he's attacked everyone, really. I can't think of even anyone he hasn't attacked, including YouTubers besides myself, of course. It gets to a point that I find what he does is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Fascinating not meaning good, of course, but just basically being amazed that somebody could have that kind of stupidity, whose goal is obviously to seek his own freedom. He wants to go home. It's not that I haven't talked about this before. He wants to go home. He wants his freedom. I understand that. But how does he feel that it's even humanly possible to do that with lawyer or no lawyer or however he wants to do it? When you work against yourself, how do you expect good results from that? Well, you don't. And you shouldn't expect any good results from that. I mean, how many times can you shoot yourself in the foot? This has been going on for how long? How many years he's been doing this? A long time. If I was in his position, oh well, and wait, not to mention the inciting others to do harm to the person that put him in a court trial. How many times have we heard that? Inciting other people, and besides his own statements of wanting to kill me and have a bullet in my head, or suggesting to others that somebody should pay 50,000 pesos to a Filipino so they could put a bullet in my head. What do you expect from the results of such? You're not going to get the results you want. Now, under the most stressful conditions, I'm still going to find myself thinking clearly at some point. Most humans would, who have the ability to do so, but something went wrong in this guy's brain. Something went radically wrong. Was he like this before the trial? Well, yeah. I think I've answered my own question, really. Of course, we've heard everything he's said and done on YouTube. But has it gotten worse since his incarceration? This month will be, on the 28th of this month will be the anniversary of 2 years in lockup, and he still doesn't get it. Still doesn't get it. Even a rambunctious child, who keeps on repeating things over and over again, making or being defiant to mommy and daddy, eventually get the message after mommy and daddy discipline him, take away their toys or whatever, which, by the way, he's also upset because his toys are going to be taken away. God forbid someone takes his Xbox, but he's under the impression that he's going to have free use of his phone when he's in Bicutan. I don't think that's going to happen. Throughout this little adventure here, you've heard this guy for years just dumping on people. I don't know who he hasn't dumped on. But they say, Frank, you talk about other people on YouTube. I mean, I have, when it was necessary or righteous to do so, or to make a point, but this stupidity is like breathing to him. With every breath, as challenged as his breath is, nothing but toxins come out of it. And for the situation that he's in right now, he can't afford to run his mouth the way he's been doing that. It's a little too late now, Even if he stopped doing this right now, today, it wouldn't matter at this point. Too much evidence. Too much has been said. I mean, he's committed almost every crime other than murder that you could think of. I mean, he'll say all the time, what damage did I do? What has he done wrong? If he can't figure out by now what he's done wrong, then, geez, he's got some serious mental problems. More than I thought. Because it doesn't make any sense to me, but we're not dealing with somebody who has the ability to understand what comes out of his mouth and how there are ramifications on what you say.
Good morning.
Good morning. You people have heard it all. It's not even that I have to actually repeat myself. What you need? Oh, okay. I mean, how many times do you have to hear? But I make it a point that I use these recordings on my show for the public to hear, and then down the line for the justice system to hear. Try to get a good idea of the gravity of what's going on with this guy. Understand something, when you first put in an affidavit against somebody, you want to get a case on them, it's very hard for them to come to a resolution and say, yeah, okay, we're going to send this to court, But once you do that, it's on. And usually in the affidavit is what they're going to go by evidence in the court. Something that was already submitted on the affidavit, but there are opportunities to present more detailed information, again, about the gravity of the situation with this guy and how far he goes. And that's the important thing that we're doing. Accusing people of bribing others, calling the judge dumb, attacking the system, every governmental operation in the Philippines people itself, the Muslim population, and all the shit that he's done to people through the years. It's time. That's it. This is what it's all about. And I'll continue talking about this until I see him permanently locked up. Then we'll call it a day. He's gotten on the bad side of a lot of YouTubers besides myself. He's done them wrong too. He's taken their money and he's basically spit in their faces. People going out of their way, whether they truly like him or believe in his cause, it don't matter. Or whether he was just appeasing him or humoring him. He has a few bucks, free Barry J, free Barry J, free Barry J. Crap. That's all it was, is crap. People just wanted to be seen and heard. Oh, I made a donation, let's slap Frank in the face. But I always wanted to be the one laughing because what he did with the money all the time. And these people were eating crow, major crow. You can only say so much and do so much, and there has to be ramifications to it. There has to be this cause and effect. I don't know what he figures out that's going to happen in a courtroom. But he can't possibly think that the judge is just going to say, I had enough of this. You already got a summary deportation. We're just going to get you out of the fucking country. Well, you know what? In the beginning, that would have been okay. That would have been acceptable to me. No problem. Because that was the whole purpose. To get him out of the goddamn country. He doesn't harm anybody anymore out here. The women he's dated, the bars and sorry stores, and all the people he's taken money for and never paid back, who still makes the claim that I don't owe anybody any money. I would estimate that the money he's taken from people and owes out to people probably goes into the hundreds of thousands of pesos. Easily over 10 years. Easily. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. People who decided to help him out in some way, to feel sorry for him, some of them, then find out later on that they were taken advantage of. How right is that? There's a lot of people out there that don't want to come forward, especially the women, who he's put fear in some of these women he's dated. He uses the element of fear and temperament to scare these women so that they don't put charges on him. But he finally met somebody that wasn't going to take his shit. And that's the voice you're hearing right now, who decided that enough was enough. It would have been all fine and dandy. Let him go home. But after he got the charges on him, he just continued and continued to repeat, rinse and repeat the very things that got him into trouble. And now he's on trial. He's obviously not a very intelligent man. His IQ level has got to be awfully low. Because I can't see how otherwise he would continue to come on here and say the shit that he does. I think about this all the time, I really do. The stupidity level. You wouldn't know it existed until you actually listened to this guy. His repeat performances time and over again. Yeah, I want this shit to come to an end. Of course I do. I want this shit to come to an end. I can't wait. I'm a very impatient person. I try to be patient as much as I can, but in this situation, I just look forward. I wish I could push everything up and I could, get to the meat and potatoes of this trial. And get to the point where the judge finally pounds his gavel and gives sentence on each count that he's been charged with and gives the maximum sentence inclusive of fines and penalties and everything else that we're going to demand. There isn't any sympathy. There can't be any sympathy for this guy. As much as I've even tried in the past, I've just found it hard to get by with. Fueled by his continuance of trashing me on public media, again, still calling me a child predator, child molester, pedophile, same thing. Inciting others to do violence against me. I'm sorry, but all the above is not acceptable. That's why there's a court case on him. And if he hasn't figured it out yet, and I guess he hasn't, he's in a world of trouble, he's in a world of hurt. And this is all before I've even drank my tea here. It's too hot. I figure before I drop dead and have my last breath, I'm going to make sure that this guy is going to serve some time in a real prison. It's not your average cyber libel case. It's L-I-B-E-L, Robert, not L-I-A, liable. Just to remind you again, Robert. I could not look the other way in this case. There was no choice. I could not look the other way. There was no way in the world I could do it. Different circumstances, perhaps, but his continuance to do this day after day, several years, however long it's been actually since I've actually filed the case on him and it's been accepted, whatever it's been, actually. He still does it. It's very easy for him to use the word, everybody's a moron to him, but his show has turned out to be an autobiography, in a sense, because everything he talks about is describing exactly him. I guess you call that projecting. You may have other wordings for that, but I guess that's projecting. Does he even know he's projecting? He probably doesn't even know that. His level of intelligence is so infinitesimally small that maybe it's just humanly possible for him to understand the damage that he's caused to me and the damage that he's caused to himself. Again, if you were in my shoes, you'd do the same damn thing. Fuck the high roaders. Fuck them in their throat, the high roaders. Because anybody who supports this guy got to be just as bad as he is. That's the way I see it. Or it's just in denial. Don't want to tell people publicly how they really feel. Or because maybe they have a dislike for me, they have to hide behind this facade where, oh, I'm a high roader and I think he served his time already. That's enough. That's enough. No, it's not enough as far as I'm concerned. If the motherfucker got a total of 20 years, I'd be ecstatic. In other words, that would be a lifetime sentence. Actually, if he got 10 years, that would probably be a life sentence for him. We're doing him a favor. Keeping him out of trouble and keeping him off the streets. We're actually doing him a favor. Let him try to hurt people inside the prison. See how far that goes. That ain't going to happen. He's going to hurt himself in prison. That's going to happen. He's going to hurt himself, and he's going to hurt himself really bad. Because he can't keep his mouth shut, and I can't imagine it's going to be anything changed in prison unless he gets to experience a few things in prison that'll make him keep his mouth closed for a long time, if not permanently, and be a good little boy and obey the system and obey the trustees that have been given the power to beat the shit out of him every time they want, to give him the paddle, or worse. He can't follow the laws. And if he can't follow the laws outside of prison, he's not going to follow the laws inside of prison. And that's where he's going to really screw himself up. Well, we got nobody talking this morning. I think he'd rather listen, huh? Okay. So it gets kind of exhausting when I hear people saying that what you're doing to Barry is really bad. And I'll always answer the same thing. And I'll say, no, what he's doing to himself is really bad. You look at it just the wrong way. And I don't make the decisions in the judicial system. I don't make the decisions with immigration. He's in there because he has to be in there, because he has obviously a trial against him. I did not give the immigration orders and say, no, you got to keep Barry Jordan in detention for 2 years. I have nothing to do with that. It's just so being that he has a case, and that's the way it works. It's unfortunate, but he didn't have to get into that situation. If he would have just shut his mouth and not spent every single fucking day for how many years calling me a child molester, a child predator, a groomer, and a lot of other expletive. But, you know, it's part of his grain. He's not going to change. There's no way in the world this man could change. Now he's got an order. And it's a real order for him to be transferred to a place that he doesn't want to be. It's called Bicutan. I guess it goes under a lot of other names too. Pagong or something, I don't know. There's another names that they describe this facility, Filipino names. I don't know, don't know the names. But it's going to be a totally different environment than his detention cell. And it's going to be so much restrictions and limitations. It's going to make him aware, finally, maybe, although doubtful, but maybe he's going to finally figure out that, hey man, I really fucked up. Well, if you haven't figured it out already, then I guess you never will. It's not going to be that easy in a place like that, because all the people that are in there are also pissed off that they're in there, and they're not in a good mood. Say something derogatory or whatever to one of these prisoners, you're going to get your ass whooped. Especially if you're a newbie in there too. You have no right to say anything. You have no rights at all as a newbie coming into there. As a greenfish, you have absolutely no rights. They'll let you know about it too. Because from the get-go, they're going to discipline you to make you understand that you're not going to be causing trouble in Bicutan. Because there's going to be a trustee in there, not the guards, because the guards are really not doing anything. They've entrusted other prisoners to be what we call a trustee. And they take care of business in there as they want to take care of it. And with the approval of the guards. There's only so many guards that have to take care of so many people. They can't do it. I forgot which prison institution in the Philippines it was, whether it was this one or another one, but there might be only 20 guards total taking care of, 4,000 people. They can't do it. And they're too afraid to try to. There's not enough guards. So they kind of sit back in the background, the guards, is what they do. And make my job easier. They're thinking it's just, we'll have some trustees. We'll give them a few benefits, a little extra food on the plate, a few privileges of different types. And it takes the pressure off the guards. That's how they do that there. The system works for them. The guards are not pressured all the time, and they're going to put their trust and their fear into the trustees. That's what they do. They say live and learn, but apparently that doesn't work for him. Even an elephant is going to obey you after you whip the elephant for a while. That's exactly what they do at the circuses. I think circuses have become extinct. Almost like the animals are becoming extinct, that we hunt and kill for pleasure and so forth. To get a tiger to perform or a lion to perform, what people don't know is you have to whip them to do it. Put the animal into fear. Well, that's what the trustees and other prisoners do in an institution like this in a third world country. Exactly that. They're going to whip you until you comply. They're going to whip you until you obey and perform like they want you to perform. If they tell you to jump, you're going to have to ask how high. That's how it works. And do you know where the nail clippers are? Do you know where that is? No, don't worry about it. I'll find it. All right, have a good day. Be careful. Ginger, what do you want? Okay. Go ahead. I hope a lot of people out there have learned from this experience. If anything, it's been not only a learning experience from this guy, but, well, he never learns, the problem, but I hope it's been a learning experience to everybody else on here. I really hope it has. Don't matter what country you're living in, man. Everybody's got their rules. You may not like them, but you got to follow them. Don't ever put yourself in a situation like his. It's not worth it. The sad thing about this guy is that he's a relatively young man. He's 50, going to be going on 51. So he's relatively young. And he's got his whole life ahead of him. His whole life. But, of course, that's questionable because of his health and so forth. How long is his life? I don't know. A couple of years, 5 years, stretch it to 10 years at most for him? I don't know. And that's what trying to give him credit. I don't think that even 5 years in a prison system, that we are not going to refer to that as a life sentence, because that's actually what it would be for him, quite possibly. I don't got a magic ball to figure out his future, but he's not really in a good condition, and he needs to understand that he can't afford to get himself in a position of going to prison, but he's achieving that. And he's doing that quite well. So him getting any prison time might indeed actually be a life sentence to him. It's a shame. It's a shame. But I'm not really sure where his life was going anyway, because all he's been doing all his life is getting into trouble. It was always heading to a dead end. Whether or not he had this court trial on him or not. His life is always going in a negative direction. You can't live your life that way and expect people to take care of you all the time and give you money that you're not earning. Or you ask to borrow money but you never pay them back. What was he saying about Filipinos one time? He said a lot about them. They're going to take your money, they're never going to pay you back. Well, that's exactly what he's done. He's done it to foreigners, he's done it to Filipinos, to Filipino women. You know, it's a shame. It's a shame that he put himself in this position. Notice I said he put himself in this position, Robert, and the high roaders. He put himself in this position. Let's get it right. Let's get it straight once and for all. He put himself in this position. That's what makes it so sad. To do that to yourself. Oh yes, I'm always going to be on here reminding people what he's done, because he has spent the time to tell people of what a fucking pervert he thinks I am, a sexual predator, a child molester. Those are fighting words, buddy, let me tell you there. You don't say that to anybody. I don't care who the fuck it is. Nevertheless, say that to me. Picked the wrong guy to fuck with, I'll tell you that. Obviously proven so. Wants leniency from me? Fuck that shit. There ain't no leniency. There's no sympathy for the devil. Sorry. Somebody else. You're not getting sympathy from me, and for good reason. Anything else I could slide it by and say, just get the fuck out of the country. That's enough for me. Well, you know what? It was enough for me at one point. It actually was enough. It was. At one point. Until he didn't wake up and smell that cheap Copico coffee. And after he got his charges, what did he do? What did the numbskull do? Wild guess. He acted like he had no charges on him at all, and he just continued to do it again every single day with this attitude of how above the law he is. Nobody's above the law, no matter where you are. I'm not above the law. You're not above the law. The high roaders are not above the law. Especially in a foreign country. But we have a lot less rights than anybody else. However, they do, obviously, abide by their own rules that they set forth in this nation with their Republican Act codes that cover many different things. And this is one of them that it's covered. And it's not a thing where it's just for Filipinos. That a foreigner has no right to put a case on another foreigner. I don't know where he gets that. Yeah. It doesn't work that way. Everybody has a right. Even in the Philippines. As he found out. You know, some people push it too much here on YouTube. Then there's ramifications later. They don't think it's coming to them. Because maybe it's not talked about. They don't think what they're doing is worthy of the law checking into it. I mean, it's not just, it's not just Barry on here, man. It's not just Barry. There's other people too. And some of them are doing the same thing that Barry's doing. But I don't talk about it all the time. They may have a surprise coming to them. Who knows? This is not kiss and tell. But if you keep up something long enough, there might be some reprisals. There might be some surprises. Why, do you really think I want to spend the rest of my life doing court cases? Well, that's not my intent. But if I had to, it's better than the alternative of causing harm to somebody, and I don't want to do that. Because that's not who I am. Well, it is who I am if I had to. Let's just put it that way. We're all capable of doing certain things if you're pushed enough, and that's a fact. But I'm one of the smart ones. I know that it hurts a lot more if you do it legally, because wounds heal, bones mend. And the best way is just do everything legally, which is exactly what I'm doing. I have no regrets about it, never will, and there's no reason to regret what I'm doing, no matter what, period. You're a little late there, Mr. AJG. Nobody was talking. I've been on here about 20 minutes. No, I've been on here about 39 minutes. Boy, does time fly when you're having fun. Just kind of reviewing the whole situation and what Barry has done. If you see my short, it was a clip of Barry calling the judge dumb and accusing me and my lawyer of greasing the judge's palm. And obviously the judge, the reference is that the judge is accepting money from us. He just doesn't understand that there doesn't have to be greasing anybody's palm. If you did wrong, you did wrong, and you did it all on your own. Just because the system is not working for him and working against him because of what he's done consistently, he thinks everything is bribe. No, that's what he tries to do. You've seen the video of him when he got $50,000 from CW, how he talks about he's going to try to pay the prosecutor off to throw the case out the window. We've heard a phone call with somebody, and somebody recorded him. He's saying he was upset with Ricky and Brevis, that they should have took that free Barry J money in the past, and they should have put it to do a bribe against the officials. Yeah, got all that shit, man. It's not talk, it's real. It's recorded. The stupidity level is beyond belief. I sit here in awe to this day, saying, how is it possible that somebody is that blatantly stupid, especially in another country? EGATs. Anyway, what's going on, HAG? What am I missing on Discord? Do you go to that platform? So much going on in Discord. It's the ground zero of talk. The ground zero. God, what is this, a laundry room in here now? Speaking of law, I gotta lay the law down around this house lately because the kids aren't always being as cooperative. Cleaning up their room, putting things away instead of putting them all on the table, their clothing. We got a little room here. It's a little bedroom for guests or whatever. That sometimes we throw laundry in because it's raining out. Or actually, they pile it here, but they don't put it in the drawers or put it in the hanger where it should be. Instead, it'll sit there and maybe get moldy. So when you can't find something, you wonder, well, where is this? It's all in this one room. I don't even want to show you it. I could discipline to a certain point, but they're not my children by blood. But it doesn't mean I cannot exercise some form of discipline and tell them that they need to get their act together and shit on certain things. Yeah, I got the right to do that. Oh, you don't go on Discord. Oh, you're the rare few that don't go on Discord. Shit, what is today? Tuesday already? Is it Tuesday here? April 2nd. April 2nd. How time flies. Wow. Shit, I got another birthday coming up the end of next month. Wow. You go, boy. And I hope to keep on going. What'd you say? You were about 60 or something? HAB? HAG. And pardon me, but I always get confused as to where you hail from, whether you're in the Philippines or, Okay, that would drive me nuts. I'm old school. A place for everything and everything in its place. Yeah. Oh, you'll be 67 in a couple of months. Okay. So you're close to my age level. All right. Have to be a nice placid lake, and you don't want waves. Unless you're a surfer, but I'm not a surfer. I don't want waves. Although I like looking at waves. I don't want my life to be full of waves. And that's why I personally feel that you need to iron out any situation that's going on so you can move on with your life completely and not worry about courts and all this crap. I'm a person who needs to get something taken care of in a timely manner, if possible. It's not always that way. But nobody wants to be tied up in the courts, and I'm one of them. I don't want to be tied up in the courts. I don't have any choice, though. You're originally from New Orleans, but I've been living in San Diego. So you're actually in the States. You're not in the Philippines. Okay. San Diego's a good place. Even the weather in San Diego is pretty good. It's not that intense, my understanding. I know people who lived in San Diego. It's not a bad place, I hear, for California. I would never want to live in New Orleans. That's too radical. Too southern for me, and too radical in crimes, and knowing that the levees never hold up. It's below sea level and kind of a dangerous place. And I'm not really into the Mardi Gras, which of course is just another excuse for a bunch of stupid people to get stupid drunk. My opinion. No, New Orleans would not be a place I'd ever want to live. No offense. Actually, I've never been to New Orleans. In fact, I've never been in Louisiana. I've been across the United States, but I would crisscross here and there. But Louisiana was not a place that I've even passed through. We made our own little niche. Well, that's what you have to do, make your own little niche in life. I mean, some people are not capable of doing that. They're just chasing their fucking butt tails, with no direction in life, not knowing what the hell they're doing. I couldn't live that way. I just really couldn't. You got to have some direction in life. I don't care. Be it male, female, dog, cat, whatever, rat, you got to have a direction of some sort. But chasing your tail constantly all life, nah, that's not something I would really feel comfortable doing. But that's me. Excuse me, man. It's absolutely beautiful. We made our own little niche and love it. In San Diego, right? Right. Well, I guess you have to be born and raised somewhere to love it, and you find its own value where you live. There's always good points to somewhere you live, and there's bad points too. But no, for me, the deep south and places like that, I wouldn't feel comfortable in. It's not just a weather thing, the climate, but well, the climate does have something to do with it too. But I'm here in the tropics here in the Philippines, so what's there to say about that? There's a lot to say about that. But no matter where you go, there you are. And here I am. But there's something interesting about the Mardi Gras festival. And I'll tell you what I find interesting about that. The same way clowns wear masks and makeup, and to me, wearing a mask hides who you really are. And actually, it's almost like a Twilight Zone episode. And wearing a mask is basically, you're projecting something. When you wear a mask, you can let loose and be somebody else. Or your true personality comes out behind that mask because nobody has to see your face. Just like you go to a Halloween party and people are wearing masks, you'll notice that they're a lot more outward. They're a lot more social. Their personality comes out behind that mask. Look at the gesture. Allo de Vinta. He wears a mask all the time. Almost literally, really. Well, it's more figuratively, but he's the gesture. And you notice some of the things he said on there. A person that generally people don't know who he is. He wants to keep his life being anonymous and doesn't want to show who he is. And he could be anything he wants because he knows he wears that mask. It's the same with everybody else. So when I see like the Mardi Gras parade and all that stuff, and these kind of celebrations where people are wearing masks, just like the lonely clown at the circus who has a painted smile on his face, but inside he's crying and he's hurting. He doesn't want the world to see it, but he knows. He's the one that lives that life, wears that mask. He doesn't want to reveal how sorrowful his life is. Doesn't want to reveal his regrets, his pain and sorrow. So you're in San Diego. You're not back in New Orleans. Okay. Now, there's nothing wrong with San Diego. I've known people who live there and they only say good things about it. Even the climate is a lot better than a lot of California. I'm not sure why. But I think it's a little more comfortable there. And correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't been to San Diego. I've been several places in California, but I've never been to San Diego. There's a lot of places I haven't been really. Oh, I was just enjoying my cup of tea with extra turmeric. I ran out of turmeric. I used the rest of it here. I got to see where I can find more turmeric. Tuesday already, the 2nd of the month. Damn, time goes by fast. And I think of it, it's very strange how time goes by fast. My brother passed away a little over a year on the 8th of March last year. It seems like an impossibility. Has it been a year already? Wow. Let's see. All that guy does is talk a lot of shit and hide behind a computer monitor. Which one? Which one? Barry or the other? Oh, you're talking about Aloe the gesture? Okay. Well, they all do that. They're afraid to reveal who they are to the public. They're ashamed of themselves, probably, where they look. Perhaps that's a consideration. Or they want to try to get away with the crimes that they commit all the time. Figure, I'm going to be as anonymous as I can. I don't know. I'm just a believer that it all catches up to you sooner or later. And it usually does. And historically now, as I've been on YouTube for a while, I've seen things happening. And things take its course, you know. And water seeps its own level. And it always does. It's just a matter of time. What kind of profession were you into, Tony, if you don't mind me asking? I'm assuming you're retired, you're 67, so. I think you talk about that. Doesn't reveal who you are. Okay, well, let's kind of bring this thing to a conclusion here this morning. If you go see my last video short, it's of a statement Barry made about the judge, which is going to be utilized one way or the other. Whether I go against court rules or any way, it's going to be played. I want the judge to know everything about this guy. As much information as I'm allowed to give, I'm going to give it. No question about it. Because I've decided, and I decided a long time ago, that I'm going all the way with this shit. It didn't have to be this way. It did not have to be this way, but it is what it is. Now we just got to follow the court system, show up at the hearings, get the evidence or get my testimony out. Might even have a surprise witness. Who knows? You just never know. But everything deserves and has a conclusion, and that's what we're doing. We're going to conclude this thing one way or the other at one time or another. So like I said, maybe I've been kind of hanging on YouTube for a while, and maybe the real reason I'm still on here is I'm waiting for certain things to come to conclusion. And I've been kind of holding out. But we'll see where it goes. And I just can't predict a good future for him. I get tired of him saying, you did this to me and you did this to me. It gets tiring. He pretty much admitted lately that he's done wrong to people. He's admitted it. I mean, he's come a long way. I heard him the other day talking. He admits that he overstayed. He admits that he called me what he called me. And more. But he couldn't do it very sincerely. But after doing all of that, he still thinks that he's going to walk free. Now, I don't know what kind of miracle he's expecting. It would surprise the shit out of me, and it would surprise the shit out of my lawyer, too, if he could pull that off. But he knew what he should have done. He should have corrected a wrong. And you know who we're talking about. that he got involved in this. He should have corrected a wrong. But he chose to involve her. Now that creates a lot of complicity. Things get complicated for his life even more, and possibly for her. If you love somebody, you're not going to get them involved in something. But are we talking about love here? I don't want to have to go into that again. You could figure that out on your own. There's no love here. I don't know about her with him, but him with her, I'll venture to say, just another utilitarian tool. That's it. As they all are. All working women. Even said it himself. I don't want to date a woman without a job. Oh, gee, I wonder why. Because he wants somebody to support him. He doesn't want to earn his money. He wants to beg for it. Shit, Sheila had to practically run away from him. No matter where she went to visit a friend or something, he'd track her down, asking her for money. It got to a point she said, fuck this shit. I'm not a fucking ATM machine. I've heard her on that recording. She's not an ATM machine to. She got tired of it. I don't know, maybe he was a good fuck or something. I don't know. Maybe the boy has some special carnal powers that attracts women to him. Who knows? Maybe the boy's got some assets in that department. But it's got to be more than that to keep a relationship. You can't be sucking on each tit of this woman for draining her of all that peso colostrum. It has to be more to a person than that. And you can't get by in life being a grifter, a con artist, a charlatan, a user, an abuser. It catches up to you after a while, which it did for him. All right, there ain't much dialogue here this morning, so it's a good time to get off here. I got to figure what to eat here. And this time I'm making sure I'm going to go do my exercises. I skipped it yesterday. I don't want to get away with it this morning. It becomes too easy not to go and do some exercising before it gets too hot anyway. I don't have air conditioning in that one room there. And I guess that's a deterrent sometimes. Oh, let's see. You still there, Popeye? I'm pretty sure he's doing a simulcast today. Life catches up even with you, Popeye. Oh, it does. And it will. All right, let me go here. I didn't intend to be on here this long, but you know how that works for me. When I start talking, I don't look at the time on here. I think I made my point 1,000 times over, is that you don't, what's that? You don't do the things you're doing so consistently and persistently and expect to get away with it and expect to have a good result. That's bottom line here, right there. I look forward, and I'm looking forward to each court case, each date. Because it's one step in the direction to put conclusion to this whole shit. I posted about the penalties of harboring an overstayer. Yeah, I had that article too. You know, if you go on that one place, what is that called? It's like a Google thing. It's an AI thing. You speak into it and you say, ask it a question, and it's amazing the detailed answers that come back at you, you know, audibly. What the hell is that name of this damn thing? And one of the penalties is that Shaw could get deported as well. Deported to where? She's a Filipina. Deported to where? This is her country. How could she get deported? No, she can go to jail. She's not going to get deported. Deported where? I don't know. Can Filipinos get deported out of their own country and to where? Because they're usually going to send you back to the country you hail from. Deported to where? No, that don't make any sense to me. You posted. Where did you post? Oh, what is that thing called? It pops up on my phone and I'll just use it, but I didn't download the app. But it's pretty good. I mean, they give you really detailed information. You ask a question, this AI thing, you know. It's really detailed, too. I mean, it does your research right there. It does the job for you. I mean, it's pretty cool. What is the name of that? No, I don't know where she's going to get deported to. You know? No, that don't make any sense to me. I don't think they're going to kick a citizen out of their own country. Usually it's to deport them back into some country that they came from, or just get them out of the country somewhere. But I don't see how that's possible. But there's ramifications. There is. Aiding, harboring, and abetting. Oh, yeah, they take that pretty seriously on here. Let's see. You know the video that Barry Lee Jordan, March 30th, from detention cell video that you did? Look in the comments section. March 30th, okay. Oh, okay. It's still on there? I keep certain videos on, and some of them I don't keep on. Yeah, I'll look at it again, but I think I've read the same thing you did. Talks in detail about what's involved when you harbor somebody, but there's more to it than that. I mean, if you're found to be committing perjury of some sort in a system, that's another charge on top of everything else. It gets complicated. But when you wouldn't want to involve yourself in something like that, I mean, this is the kind of shit that happens, man. You think you're doing a favor for your boyfriend, but then the boyfriend shouldn't have involved you in the first place, which he swore he was never going to get her involved in anything, but he most certainly did, didn't he? Most certainly did. How is that helping her? I know the whole revenge routine, I get it, the whole revenge routine, but seriously. It wasn't the greatest idea that he's had. And let's see, and deportation for both the foreigner and the person harboring them. Yeah, but how could she be deported and to where? I understand your point, but, she's a Filipina. This is her country. Where are they going to deport her to? They're going to randomly pick another country and say, get the fuck out? That's a novel idea in itself, but how would that apply? That's what I'm asking you. I don't know. It's the freaking Philippines. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Anything's possible here, right? I understand. When it comes to law and order. Well, there has to be some kind of ramifications. We're not going to... This is not something that I'm ignoring. Because, of course, she's causing me to spend more money. She's causing me to try to put more complications in my life. And something I don't appreciate at all. So there has to be some justice in regards to what she's doing. Of course she lied. It was all a bullshit report. The only person that knows that, of course, is me. I know whether I said something or did something. Where have I threatened her life? And that's part of the shit that was put in there, that I've threatened her. Where have I threatened her? I've yet to see any video produced where I was actually threatening her. Oh, of course, the trolls are going to say, well, that's a threat, Frank, when you say that I'm going to bring you to justice. It's not a threat. That's a legal thing. There's no physical threats. I never ever called her a whore or a prostitute, which she's claiming, and all this bullshit about her with PTSD and she's highly depressed. Does she look highly depressed to you? Is she not living a normal life? Maybe her boyfriend caused her to have PTSD, if that was actually true, from all the ways he's complicated her life by her involvement with him as a so-called boyfriend. Perhaps that's what's going on, but I'm not the causative factor of her life is that complicated. She had, if you remember, by what Barry said, she had an abusive relationship in her life with the last boyfriend. Yeah, I guess she actually had a boyfriend before Barry. Yeah, believe it or not. But supposedly it was an abusive relationship. And maybe that's why she's attractive to him. You've heard these stories before. Women tend to be attracted to, sometimes how their father was. They meet a man, they want to be like their father, perhaps, or they want that father figure, or they want a man that has the similarities of the last boyfriend. Although they don't want to be abused by their boyfriend, they gravitate toward the same kind of person. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. Read the 2 posts above this one. Philippine citizen harboring foreigners is the first thing that shows up in the AI overview. Read the 2 posts above this one. I'll go there and read it. But, involvement in somebody else's affairs generally will turn on these people. It generally does turn on them. Know what you're getting into before you get into it. That's what I say. And I think she made some bad choices, which are going to definitely have some serious repercussions that I'm thinking here. Oh, it's been discussed, believe me, with my attorney. Of course. But whatever will be, will be. Time is the only thing that's going to need to see where this all winds up. Remember, as I said, it all comes out in the wash. And the courtroom will be the wash. Let's see, AAG. Commonwealth Act number 613 prohibits individuals from concealing, shielding, or harboring unauthorized foreigners. Yes. Mike Ross says Bobby is here. Johnny Wad keeps posting by you, threatening legal action against her complaint. Wait. Johnny Wad keeps posting by you, threatening legal action against her complaint. Something social media. That is considered unjust vexation under Philippines law. So we got all these lawyers on here now. I'm not sure what you're saying, Mr. Mike Ross says Bobby. You're saying Johnny Wad keeps posting that by me threatening legal action against her complaint on social media, this is considered... No, it's not. No, it's not. Anthony says, it's a serious offense, what she's doing, potentially leading to fines, imprisonment, and deportation for both the foreigner and the person harboring them. On Discord. Johnny Wad? That's another one of Warren's sock account names. Boy, he's going on to several. Ignite is another one. Yeah, I forgot the name of that program. It pops up on here now and then. I don't know if I actually downloaded that program. It does pop up. I gotta look on my desktop, my icons on there. I really like that little deal on there. Ask it a direct question, it really comes up with some detailed stuff. It's amazing, actually. God, what is the name of that again? It'll pop up again on here when I least expect it. I don't know where it just pops up from. But it's pretty detailed. Well, I guess they got to find out this all on their own, you know? You know? You know, you know? You got to pay the price of the things you do in life. What does he say? It was unjust vexation? What was that? Oh, I just said the word. There you go. Unjust vexation under Article 287 of the Revised Penal Code refers to any act that intentionally causes irritation, distress, or disturbance to another person without legal justification. Well, yeah, I got unjust vexation against me. Key words: without legal justification. Well, yeah. There is no justification what she did. I mean, it's just plain wrong. There's the catch. You have legal justification. Yeah. I do. I know. Well, I told Barry in the past, over and over again, I said, you know what you need to do? Right or wrong. You gotta right or wrong. Sometimes you have to do that shit. I mean, if he didn't want his woman involved in this thing, then he should have involved her, period. But he did involve her. Am I supposed to feel sorry for either one of them? That ain't gonna fucking happen. That's just not gonna happen. I don't feel sorry for any one of them. Want to complicate my life? I'm gonna complicate yours. Fair is fair. Feel the wrath of my sword. And it's a sharp sword. I'll be damned if somebody's going to label me as something that I'm not, for one, and then fucking lie just to, you know, appease her boyfriend. Like he has some special power over her. Yeah, I wonder what this power is. Fear, called the fear factor. There's another charge against her. She's the one who committed unjust vexation. Yeah. Oh, I know I got legal justification. I'm aware of that. I wouldn't talk about this unless I did. You know. Oh, absolutely. I know that. But they want to play that little game. It's not but you see, but to me, it's not a game. That's the difference. It's not a game to me. This is some serious shit. It's not a game. I started something, and by golly, I'm going to finish. Sorry, I'm kind of sweeping while I'm talking to you. There's another chart. Yeah. Well, you know, we could talk about this and we could speculate and whatever, you know. It all comes down to one thing. We just got to wait until the judge makes his decision on this. I mean, what else could he do? So, with that being said, not everything turns out the way everybody wants something to turn out. There might be certain things that don't turn out the way I would completely like it to turn out. But as long as I can get some satisfaction from this whole shit and bring somebody to justice that needs to be brought to justice, I'm a happy man. Johnny Watt is fucking Warren. Boy, I'm really actually shocked that that guy's still alive. Do you know how obese this guy was? I mean, holy shit. I've seen him on live. I've seen him video. This guy was in bad shape medically. As far as him having cancer that he's sick, I don't think he had cancer. That was a whole big bullshit act. Then they come to think that, oh yeah, he died. No, he never died. And yet actually had people believing that he actually died. Warren never died. I'm actually surprised he has it because he did have a lot of medical situations. And I've seen how obese he was, which was incredible. If you didn't see pictures of him, I did. He's even appeared on some live streams. If you were fortunate or unfortunate enough to, it's funny how you look at it, to see it. Oh yeah. God, we found 2 kittens out there in the yard dead. And I don't know if they fell off the roof. Or good old Ginger girl, I don't know. That she attacked them. I don't know what they were doing on the ground anyway without the mother. And judging from their coloration, I know exactly who the mother of this cat is. Different topic here, but it's a shame. Well, I guess there's 2 less cats I got to worry about in the future here, but I generally don't look at things that way. But I think Ginger caught him off guard and did something. I don't know if they had some marks on him or something. It's hard to tell. They were covered with ants. And I remember Ginger growling at something yesterday. Didn't sound normal for her. So I think something happened. And, well, actually, it turned out that it did. I really wish she wouldn't have harmed the... But she's very protective of her territory. Chicken comes in the yard or something that shouldn't be there. I mean, that's a good thing, you know, as a guard dog would be. But I really don't want her. How agile they are and how sharp their claws are. They find out it's too late. And they fuck with these cats. And they'll do damage to a dog. They'll definitely do damage. Cats got to worry about a dog's bite, but a dog's got to worry about a cat's claws. They go for the eyes. Okay, what else we got here? A close second would be as if you called yourself Popeye. Anyone who calls himself Johnny Watt is sort of goofy, if you ask me. Okay, Ben Cunningham. When is Frisbee the Hobgoblin moving into his new accommodation? I don't know. I think it's after the... I don't know. It could be before. I think it's after the next trial date coming up. My information or understanding. Well, when you suddenly don't hear him on anymore, I mean, you don't hear hide nor hair of him, you'll pretty much know. I may not even know. But if he gets suddenly awfully quiet and a lot of time passes by, then you could pretty much figure that he's been transferred. But he will be. And either way, he's going to wind up in there anyway. Whether or not it has anything to do with they wanting to renovate the detention center that he's been staying in, or otherwise. I mean, he's going to wind up there anyway. I want the judge to hear everything. As much information we could sneak into that judge, you know, how he's knocking the system, knocking the judge himself, calling him dumb. And the judge is a judge, but he's still human, and he's got feelings. The judge doesn't want to be attacked. They're God. You got to understand, in a courtroom, the judge is God. That's exactly who they are, because they will determine your fucking future, man. You can't go against a judge. That's a lot of gall. Well, then he obviously removed it because I checked and there's no show. So what was he babbling about this time? I'm sure he's babbling about something. Well, he's trying to use his phone as much as he can and get out as much gripe as he can while he has any use of his phone. That's exactly what he's doing. Another poll. Well, how did that poll work out? Because he's been losing on his polls. And what was the question on his poll? He likes to do these polls. Unfortunately for him, they never turn out in his favor. So what was the question on his polling? About me and getting picked up. Oh, he's so dependent on that. He's so hoping. He's so hoping. I hope he doesn't hold his breath. Well, I hope he does, actually. Do us all a favor. Getting picked up. Well, if I was getting picked up, I would have been picked up by now. The difference between me and him, I can get bailed if something like that happened. He's not in a position to get bail, nor could he afford bail, nor will they actually give him any bail. I got kicked off, but when I left, it was running 50-50 with around 20 votes. Probably a couple of them that he put in himself, actually. I assure you. He wouldn't do that, though. No. Well, he had his so-called supporters on there, I'm sure. Hold on a minute or two. I gotta go back to him again. Yeah, give me a couple of minutes. Make Barry a pole dancer. Likes pole. Maybe when he's in Bicutan, they'll get a pole for him and they'll have him dance to satisfy a certain type of crowd in there, if you know what I mean. Yeah, give the boy a pole. Oh, pardon me. All right, I've been on here long enough here. I really don't have anything else to say except I'm looking forward. I'm actually looking forward to the court date. And the next one after that, who knows what it's going to be? He's still going to be incarcerated no matter where he is, whether he's in detention center. That ain't going to change. He's under this impression from listening to him that his lawyer is going to solve all. And that's going to happen on the next court hearing. She's going to solve all. And he's going to walk out a free man. The poll thing, a common mistake. He's going to walk out a free man. No, not before the judge here is calling him judge a dummy. And other things. In my testimony. There's no ace in the hole here on his case, you know. He says he's going to plead guilty. Well, he tried that before, but he doesn't understand. He keeps on saying, I already pleaded guilty, so I'm just going to get that fine for... Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. HAG, she's Johnny Cochran, Perry Mason, Thurgood Marshall, all rolled up into one. Yeah, sorry about that. I went outside in a dead zone, then I went back inside, which is not a dead zone, and then I couldn't reconnect. And I'm not sure what happened, but I know I got to take a goddamn shower here pretty soon. Yeah, it's April, all right. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the humidity is what I'm feeling. It's clammy. I'm definitely feeling the humidity. Well, it's that time of year again. It's the dreaded time of year. Dreaded time of year. I don't look forward to April, May, and June. But it has arrived. He had new attorneys to be his savior. Well, we'll see how much of a savior his new attorney is. Yeah, I didn't expect that buffering. I don't know what happened. There was a disconnect or something going on here. Even with this expensive system, I mean, it's nothing is perfect. Remember, this is satellite, so... But it's a clear day. There should be no reason for that. I can understand I have a dead zone back at the house, but not inside the house. But oh well, it is what it is. Okay, it was about that time I should get off here anyway, so Popeye could do his little soliloquy. Yeah, I got to shower and I got to find something to eat, whatever. And a couple of other things I need to do, mandatory things to do. What is it? Tuesday? It's Tuesday, right? Tuesday the 2nd. All right. Closer to the court date. I'm actually looking forward. I mean, I hate court and all that shit, but in this case, I love going. Anyway, it gives me an opportunity to do things while I'm in Cebu. I need to take care of shopping and stuff like that, so it all works out for me. I just take advantage of the situation while I'm down in Cebu. Go to the malls, do some shopping, S&R, whatever I need to do. I may not be S&R this time. I don't know. I may go to another establishment. I don't always find everything I want in S&R. Except what blueberries occasionally when they have them, but I don't want to go all the way in S&R just to get fucking blueberries, you know. But I will. It's limited. It's really limited. I understand if they had a lot of good canned foods I could stock away for so-called rainy day or something, but there really isn't much in this. If you've been in SNR, unless you want a can of peas or creamed corn or something, or niblet corn, or maybe some Campbell's mushroom soup or something like that. And occasionally they have some Progresso soups, but they're so expensive, but they're not worth it really. They don't even have a good variety of Progresso. So it's not all that. SNR is not all that. It's really not. I haven't found one perfect store there yet that has everything that I need, and I'm probably never going to find that either. I just don't think that's going to happen. But you go with what you got. Okay. I got a message from my lawyer. Uh-huh. Oh, shit. Okay. Let's not waste time. Who's he bitching about this time? I don't have much time to be on here. Huey Lewis in the news here. What's the skinny? Boy's getting a little bit worried, huh? Getting closer. He seems to think that because he pleaded guilty, that they're going to just let him go home. Don't think that's going to happen. Gizmo? The firm won't move without. Ah. Hmm. Okay. I do got to answer this back pretty soon, actually. Oh, sorry. What's the lowdown? Is he bitching and crying again? He could bitch and cry in court if he wants. If he has anything to say to the judge, maybe it'll give him an opportunity. When it's his turn, anyway. He's got a mouthpiece, so let the mouthpiece talk. He thinks because he pled guilty 3 months ago, that's his ticket out. I don't know where he gets that information, or what she's telling him. But that's not the case. It's not the case. Well, an early good evening here. We haven't been too active today. One of the best shows I've seen of our jailbird friend is there's nothing on there at all. That's probably one of the best videos he's done. Oh, hi, by the way. You're probably number one there. How are you? Ever been to Hawaii? I did. Lived there many years. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a freebie here, okay? I know. Let me get the health thing out of the way because I care so much. We know somebody. I don't know him very well. Well, he was 61, but watching TV on his chair. He was slumped over. Man, why was he slumped over? Well, he did eat a lot of meat, too much meat. You could eat meat, not too much. But let me tell you what you could do every single day. This is free. I don't get I'm not monetized on here, okay? This is free information I give to my viewers. It doesn't matter whether you're a troll or whatever you might be. I'm going to tell you the supplements you should be taking every single day if you want to reduce the arterial plaque, both in your carotid arteries and everything. Okay? This is free. This is absolutely free, even for all the high roaders. Okay? Take a supplement of 250 milligrams of niacin. Take a supplement of nattokinase, Nattokinase. Write it down. Okay? Take a smaller dose of vitamin E, not the large dose. Definitely take the D3 with the K2 combination, because the K2 is very important. Okay? You could take CoQ10 along with that. All right? You follow me? You could eat an oatmeal, a good oatmeal, with almond milk and blueberries in the morning, and the fiber in there helps scrape your arteries out. Now, if you take some of that stuff in combination that I mentioned, there's other elements, but we don't want to get too heavy. Those are some of the basic things you could say. That could actually replace statins. Okay, but the other thing is, too, you're going to have to do a little bit of exercise. You don't have to kill yourself. Get the blood flowing. And, of course, I mean, your diet, that makes a difference. You don't want to eat like Licky. Okay, then there's no tomorrow. So, with that in mind, and I don't get paid for this. I don't get paid for this. These are some of the things that you can take, and I hope you wrote it down, which will not 100% guarantee will definitely get your levels, your lipids down, get the numbers correct, help even clear up a little bit of arterial plaque, but also act as a preventative. We know a guy, I don't know him well, we bought the exercise bike off him and his wife, and just the other day, he was sitting down watching TV. Then he just slumped over. They brought him to the hospital, but, the hospital over here don't even have a defibrillator. Okay? 61, I think, was his age. He's not terribly old, not terribly young. He did around the yard and stuff like that, but could have been something to that too, because he was trying to fix an ATV that day, an all-terrain vehicle, and he could have been working in the heat. And I don't know, he went to go sit down, he's probably watching TV or something, and so there's different factors that could have happened with him, but it was kind of alarming to hear that, because I hear this stuff every now and then. You're not ancient when you're about 61. You're getting up there to my ancient age, but there are little things you could actually do for yourself. And as I said, I'm not monetized. I don't get paid for this shit. I don't get paid for it. But always check with your doctor if you're on any other kind of statin or any kind of blood thinning medicine. Don't take aspirin with any of this stuff. Always check with your doctor. But this information all could be verified, and that's where I get my information, and you could utilize that too. So let's go over it again. Take the D3 with the K2 supplement every day. Okay? You could take niacin. Don't run it too high. 250 milligrams. Okay, so you got the D3 and K2. You got the niacin. You got maybe like 125 milligram vitamin E. You don't want to really overdo the vitamin E. Okay. And, let's see, the nattokinase, that's Nattokinase, which is actually known to even help, replace statin drugs. This is made from a fermented bean, actually. It's fairly safe. And you don't want to take too much of that, maybe up to 1,000 milligrams or so. All right, you follow me so far? Eat fibrous foods that help clean your arteries. I suggested eating a good quality type of oatmeal in the morning with the blueberries, which also helps with everything else. To top it off, and use some almond milk or put almonds in your cereal. Okay, so if you could follow that, at least do 10,000 steps a day, then you probably should be okay unless you have some kind of a genetic thing going on. But as I said, Any advice I give out on here, always check with your personal physician because you might be taking other medicines that might actually disagree with what or interact with these particular supplements. Now, of course, you could look this shit up all yourself. You don't have to listen to me, but this is basically what I do. I'm still alive, still here. I must be doing something right. Okay, other than that, what time is it? Okay, no wonder. Only had 6 to 8 people. 6 to 8 people in here. Probably not a good time to come on. Okay, 7 people. Hello, hello. You're missing free advice from me if you just tuned in. Okay. Yeah, I think about things like this because you have to. And of course, reduce your stress levels. That also helps too. If you smoke, well, there you go. That's not good. If you drink, definitely not. Definitely not. Watching the movie Blacklist, of all things. Blacklist. It's a series. It's kind of interesting. James, was it Spader? The actor's in it. He's excellent. If you haven't seen him before or know who he is. What is that? Oh. Oh, okay. So we're the helpful, handy, helpful neighborhood YouTube man. Always willing to help my viewers to learn. But all you got to do is listen. Doesn't cost you 1 peso. Not 1 peso at all. All the stuff I talk about, is there guarantees on anything? There's no guarantees on anything, but it's kind of like an insurance policy. And it's either a good insurance company or it's not. You got the good coverage or you don't. That's kind of like what it's at. So free is free, and you could do it at what you want. Because I care. Okay. All right. If nobody's going to talk, okay, then we'll make I'm watching this movie anyway here. I want to see who was out online here. Yeah, Barry did the best show he's ever done in years. There was nothing on it. Over a couple hundred people showed up on it. Oh, is that the idea? You got to keep that AdSense up. That's going to be your savior. That AdSense, we want to keep that up. Oh, for sure. Oh, I got new information in. Did I forgot to tell you? Well, the problem with that is I can't tell you. It seems that our friend is under a lot of, ideas of certain things that his lawyer's going to accomplish with him, especially on this next hearing. But guess what? That's not going to happen. Won't say anything more than that. See ya. Don't want to be ya.